Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Yellow Sky Protocol. The future is not a place we travel to. It is a pressure that travels through us. R. A. Halcombe, Unpublished Notes, 1945. Squadron Leader. Arthur Halcombe was already in trouble when the sky turned yellow. Not the amber of a Scottish sunset, nor the pale lemon of morning cloud. This was sulfur. This was chemical. The colour of something burning that should not be burning, seeping from the underside of the overcast in slow, petroleum-thick bands, as though the sky itself had sprung a leak from whatever lay beyond it. He stood on the tarmac of R.F. Drem and did not move. Around him, Sergeant Thomas Klein was shouting something from the open door of the radar hut. One of the antenna towers had begun to arc, white filaments crackling along the insulators, and from inside the brick test building came a sound like a piano being pushed down a staircase, the sequential failure of capacitor banks under catastrophic overload. Halcombe's eyes stayed on the sky. He had seen this before. 8 years had passed since 1935, when a routine calibration flight out of this same airfield had taken him through something he had never told another living soul. The clouds had thickened in minutes. His compass had spun. His radio had filled with layered voices, not overlapping broadcasts, but something more precise than that, as though different conversations were happening in the same space at slightly different speeds. Then the break in the overcast, and below him, the airfield, immaculate and operational and wrong, in ways he'd spent 8 years cataloguing in his private memory. The aircraft with enclosed cockpits and unfamiliar profile lines, the mechanics in a shade of blue the RAF didn't issue, the yellow training aircraft arranged with a neatness that belonged to peacetime, a peacetime that hadn't happened yet. The clouds had closed around him and he had landed shaking and said nothing to anyone, and had never once in 8 years of promotions and postings and finally a desk in Air Ministry Intelligence doubted what he had seen. He had simply decided it was data, inexplicable data, data that could not be actioned, data to be filed and watched. Now it was back. "Sir," Klein appeared at his shoulder, voice tight. "Estes is up there and his radio's out. He's been orbiting for 6 minutes with no bearing and we can't raise him, and Morrow won't touch the shutdown." Halcombe made himself look down from the sky. "Refusing. He says Whitehall authorised continued activation. Major Carter brought the teleprinter authorisation an hour ago." The arcing on the tower had intensified. Blue-white threads spider-webbing outward from the upper insulator to the guy wire, jumping the gap in rhythmic pulses. Inside the hut someone screamed, not in pain, in alarm, and a circuit breaker blew with a bang that echoed flat across the tarmac. Above, the yellow deepened. Halcombe looked up at the cloud ceiling and felt something he had trained himself out of feeling. He felt afraid. Then, through a burst of static from the speaker mast outside the hut, Estes's voice broke through, ragged, cutting in and out. "Drem control. Instruments gone. Compass rotating continuous. I need a visual approach. I need something." Then static again. Halcombe ran, not toward the hut, toward the approach path. He grabbed 2 red-handled signal torches from the crash kit bolted beside the hangar door and sprinted to the threshold marker, where the tarmac changed colour and the painted numbers had faded to ghosts. Above him, the yellow sky pressed down. He could feel it now. Not wind, not temperature, but pressure of a different kind. The way you feel a very large sound before you hear it, as though his bones knew something his ears hadn't processed yet. He heard the engine before he saw the aircraft. He raised the torches. Estes found him. The tiger moth. Came in low and fast, the airspeed wrong, the approach angle wrong, but the pilot was good enough and the torches were bright enough and the wheels touched down hard on the first third of the runway. Bounce once. Settled. Halcombe ran alongside for 3 seconds and then stopped, hands on knees, breathing. When he looked up, a transformer on the western antenna tower exploded. The blast was not large, but it was close. A wave of hot, ozone-thick air knocked him sideways. He caught himself, turned, and saw Dr. Alistair Morrow standing 6 feet from the live cable, whipping off the base of the tower, watching the arc with the expression of a man watching a proof work itself out on a blackboard. His coat was speckled with electrical sparks. He didn't appear to notice. Halcombe crossed the distance in 4 strides and hit him shoulder first, hard enough to lift the physicist off his feet and carry both of them clear. The cable struck the earth where Morrow had been standing and danced, there, gouging ruts in the tarmac. Morrow looked up from the ground with something approaching irritation. "I had it in hand," he said. "You were about to be killed. I was observing the propagation pattern. The discharge." Morrow. Something in Halcombe's voice stopped him. They were both looking at the sky now. The yellow was not receding. It was deepening, thickening. Not a weather event, but a presence. Something becoming more of itself with each passing second. And in the deepening, a clarity. Halcombe saw it again. RAF Drem in another time. The bright yellow trainers parked in a line, the mechanics in unfamiliar blue, the modernised hangars. And beyond the airfield perimeter, where Scotland should have been nothing but fieldwork and hedgerow, something he hadn't seen in 1935. London. Impossibly London at this distance. But there it was. The skyline made strange by towers of glass rising from where Victorian stone had no business being replaced, and over it, over all of it, aircraft. Not German aircraft, not any aircraft he could classify. Sleeker, quieter seeming somehow, even at this distance, flying in deliberate methodical patterns over a city that was burning with a cold blue-white fire. Not the Blitz. The Blitz was orange. This was surgical. This was something applied. The clouds closed. The yellow faded to grey. Scotland returned, wet, flat, ordinary, and September cold. Morrow was watching him. "You saw something." Halcombe stood up and brushed mud from his sleeve. "I saw an electrical discharge in an unsafe airfield." He walked toward the hut. Behind him, he heard Morrow say, very quietly, "So did I." Inside the control room, Sergeant Klein was pulling printer tape from the floor in long curling lengths, reading it as it piled at his feet. His face had the particular colourlessness of a man finding something he had hoped not to find. Halcombe stopped beside him. "What's on the tape, Sergeant?" Klein held. "Upper section." "Signal log, sir. Automatic recording. It logged the event." He paused. "Time-stamped 3 hours before the event occurred." The hut was quiet. Outside, the wind moved along the antenna wires with its usual thin complaint. Halcombe took the tape and read it, and then set it down on the table and placed both hands flat on the surface and was still for a moment. His own name was on the log. His own report, the one he hadn't yet written, was summarised in the automated signal notation. Time-stamped at 11:42 that morning. The event itself had happened at 2:55 in the afternoon. Evelyn Carter, a civilian intelligence officer, entered without knocking. She was a compact, dark-haired woman who moved through spaces as though she'd already mapped them, and she looked at the tape on the table and at Halcombe's expression and said nothing for 3 seconds. Then, "You need to see the intelligence summary. I need to understand this first. You can do both." She laid a folder beside the tape. Project Morgenfenster, German signals intelligence out of Hamburg, corroborated by source material from inside the Kriegsmarine. They've been running atmospheric resonance experiments since at least 1940. They call the phenomenon Zeitris, time tear. They've been getting windows. They've been using them. Halcombe opened the folder. Graphs, spectral analyses, ionospheric disturbance reports from the North Sea. He recognised the signature immediately. It matched the data from 1935, matched the readings from this afternoon, matched the anomaly he'd been carrying in his head for 8 years, like a splinter that had never quite worked its way out. "What are they seeing?" he asked. "Convoy routes, tactical positions, raid windows. And what are we doing about it?" Carter looked at him with the careful evenness of someone delivering news they've already made peace with. "Winning!" The archive room beneath the Air Ministry building in London smelled of the slow decomposition of paper and the chemical residue of secrets long since acted upon. Halcombe spent 3 days there, in November 1943, in a room smaller than some of the latrines at Drem, working through files that had been declassified for his eyes alone at the direction of someone senior enough that their name didn't appear anywhere on the authorization. He found it on the 4th afternoon, a thin manila envelope, unlabelled, slipped inside the binding of a 1936 signal analysis report, like a bookmark left by someone who expected to return and never did. Inside, a memorandum, 2 pages, dated March 1935. The memorandum described a yellow sky event detected by prototype radar arrays on the East Lothian coast. Ionospheric readings, energy spikes, a pilot's account, anonymous, describing a temporal displacement window. All of this he'd expected. What he hadn't expected was the final paragraph. Analysis of the recorded frequency signature reveals 2 distinct energy sources operating in phase with one another. The first is consistent with output from the resonance array at installation TK7. The second is of unknown origin. The second precedes the first by approximately 4.3 seconds and appears to have induced the first rather than the reverse. We cannot account for source 2. We have no equipment at that location capable of generating it. He read it twice. Then he went to find Carter. She was in the officer's canteen, eating powdered egg from a tin plate with the stoicism of someone who had made a separate peace with the war's privations. She looked up at him and then at the memorandum in his hand and set down her fork. "We didn't start it," he said. She read the page. He watched her. When she finished, she picked her fork back up, ate one more deliberate mouthful, then said, "I know. You know. There's a secondary file. I've been sitting on it for 6 weeks waiting for someone senior enough to bring it to." She paused. "The Germans have the same anomaly in their Morgenfenster records. Their second energy signature matches ours. Same source. Unknown. Both of us responded to something that was already there." Halcombe sat down across from her. Outside the canteen windows, London was grey and persistent and entirely itself. Buses, pigeons, the distant sound of a pneumatic drill. Ordinary to the point of insistence, as though the city were working hard to convince itself of its own reality. "The windows exist independently of us," he said. "They appear to. Then our experiments don't open them, they amplify them." "Yes. And the more we amplify, the more destabilised the windows become." "Yes." Carter was quiet for a moment. "Morrow has a different interpretation. He believes amplification allows greater resolution, clearer intelligence. He believes the destabilisation is a calibration problem, something solvable with more power. Morrow is wrong. Whitehall finds him compelling." Halcombe looked at his hands. He noticed they were not shaking. He was grateful for that. "How much power does the new configuration generate?" Carter picked up her fork again. "Triple the Drem array." "Christ. There's more?" She didn't look at him. "There's a predicted bombing raid over Hull. The window gave us a date, a flight path. We repositioned 2 squadrons. The raid was turned back. 47 aircraft destroyed before they reached the coast. He waited. The next window, she said, showed V-weapons over London, 3 months earlier than any previous timeline projected. The Germans lost the Hull raid, and they apparently decided something needed acceleration. The pneumatic drill outside had stopped. London was briefly, improbably quiet. "How many dead?" Halcombe asked. "We don't know yet. It's still future." "No," he said. "How many dead in the future that we created?" Carter put down her fork a final time and did not pick it up again. "More than the 47 we saved." He tried the direct route first. He wrote a memo. He wrote it with the precision he brought to everything, structured, sourced, clear of emotional argument, and he sent it up through channels to the relevant Air Vice Marshal. The memo argued that Yellow Sky intervention was producing measurable negative downstream outcomes, that the timeline was reactive, not fixed, and that their glimpses were not recon but provocation, that they were not reading the future, they were writing it. The memo was returned in 48 hours with a single handwritten note. "Intervention is ongoing. Your concerns are noted." He tried Morrow. They stood in the radar bunker at Drem in the red light, the oscilloscopes pulsing their green traces, the air thick with cigarette smoke and the perpetual machine smell of warm electronics. Halcombe laid his private notebook on the desk between them. It were months of careful observations, discrepancies between documents he remembered and their current forms. Words changed, dates shifted, small things. The kind of small things you only notice if you are, by training and temperament, a man who trusts detail above interpretation. Morrow looked at the notebook with genuine attention. He was not incurious. That was never his failing. He examined the discrepancies with the same focus he brought to spectral analysis. Then he closed the notebook and looked up. "This is possible," he said. "Timeline drift. Small-scale causality revision. It's exactly what you'd expect from a temporal resonance field of increasing amplitude." "Then you agree we're destabilizing it?" "I agree we're affecting it." Morrow's voice had the infuriating quality of a man who considered the distinction important. "The question is whether the effect can be directed, whether we can learn to affect it precisely enough to produce consistent positive outcomes." Hull was positive. What came after wasn't. Then we need better models, more data. Morrow, what we need is less data. What we need is to stop. Morrow looked at him with the patient compassion of a man explaining something obvious to a child who is trying but simply cannot see. "We can't stop. Germany won't stop. If we go blind, they don't. And if they see what we can't, we lose this war. And if we keep seeing..." Morrow picked up a pencil and turned it in his fingers. "Then perhaps we see until we've learned enough to see safely." "There is no safely," Halcombe said. "That's what I'm trying to tell you. There never was." He left without waiting for an answer. In the corridor, Sergeant Klein was waiting for him, holding a strip of printer tape. His face was the colour of old ash. "What is it?" Halcombe asked. "Yellow Sky signature, sir. Stations reporting it from Inverness to Aberdeen." Klein looked down at the tape. "The equipment's been offline since Thursday. The full activation was scheduled for the 14th of November. Triple array, complete ionospheric penetration. The theoretical models, Morrow's models, predicted a window of 6 to 9 minutes. Clear, high resolution. Sufficient to establish German fleet positions 3 days in advance of what was expected to be a major North Sea engagement." Halcombe spent the night before in the radar bunker with Klein, going over signal logs. He had discovered something in the original 1935 data that no one else had noticed because no one else had been looking for it. The anomaly had a cycle, not random, not equipment dependent. A pulse. 8 years between the major events, with smaller resonances at regular intervals between. The mathematics were consistent across 3 different data sets. The phenomenon was periodic, natural, which meant their equipment wasn't controlling it. It was synchronizing with it, surfing a wave that had been running, by his estimate, considerably longer than human radar research. He wrote this up. He gave it to Carter at 6 a.m. She read it standing in the corridor outside her quarters, her hair down, and her expression shifted through several stations before settling on something he could only call tired grief. "I'll take it to Whitehall," she said. "There isn't time. They're activating at noon. Then I'll take it at 9. Evelyn." He used her name. He almost never used her name. "Even if they listen, even if they delay today, they'll activate next month, or next year, or they'll let Germany keep going until the pressure to respond becomes irresistible. The only way out of this is to make the equipment permanently inoperable." She looked at him for a long time. "That's sabotage." "Yes. That's a court-martial offence, possibly treason given the wartime context." "Yes." The corridor was very quiet. Somewhere in the building a door opened and closed. Boots on linoleum. Morning beginning. "Let me try." "Whitehall first," Carter said. They activated at noon. The storm came in fast and came in wrong from the beginning. The oscilloscopes showed the resonance building in the correct pattern, tracking Morrow's models within acceptable margins, and then at 13 minutes past noon, something upstream of the measurement changed, and the pattern became something the models had no language for. The yellow was visible through the ventilation slats before anyone looked at the sky. Halcombe was in the control room. Morrow was at the primary console. Wing Commander Pierce was standing behind Morrow with his arms folded, and the expression he wore during tactical briefings: alert, decided, ready. Carter had returned from London 20 minutes earlier. She stood near the door. She'd been in the Air Ministry for 2 hours and achieved nothing, and she was not pretending otherwise. The ventilation slats went yellow, then the walls went yellow, then the ceiling, then everything that had been red instrument light and green oscilloscope trace was flooded with sulfur, the electromagnetic field permeating the concrete as though the concrete were not there, and for one horrible second Halcombe felt the doubling he'd felt in the air in 1935 and on the tarmac in September, felt time trying to occupy space that time already occupied. The window opened. It was not like a cinema screen. It was not like a vision. It was like being somewhere else whilst remaining where you were, both locations equally real, equally physical, the two geographies interpenetrating without merging. And what he saw in the other geography was not Scotland. London. He was certain of it despite everything that had changed. The Thames was still the Thames, running its particular crooked course through a skyline that belonged to a future he could not date, but which felt several decades hence. Glass and steel rising from the Victorian skeleton, the city evolved into something simultaneously familiar and strange, and over it, the aircraft. The same aircraft he had glimpsed in September, moving in deliberate slow geometries, and below them, descending in perfect vertical lines. The missiles, not bombs, precision instruments. And the fires they started were cold and surgical and methodical as a laboratory procedure. It was not the Blitz. It was not even a war of the kind he understood. It was something beyond the grammar of 1943 warfare, a violence so technically advanced it had become almost abstract, the human beings below it reduced by distance and precision to statistics in someone's very careful calculation. Pierce made a sound beside him. It was not a word. It was the sound of a man whose entire architecture of certainty has been struck in precisely the wrong place. Morrow had stepped back from the oscilloscope bank, hands at his sides. He was staring into the window with the expression of a man watching his theorems contradict themselves in real time. His mouth was open. He said nothing. Then the power cut. Someone, Klein, moving on instinct or training or both, had hit the emergency cut-off. The generators died. The equipment died. The room went dark and then emergency lit in dim orange. The window didn't close. It wobbled. It fractured at the edges. And then it closed. Not cleanly, not like a blind being drawn, but like a bruise fading. Slowly, unevenly, leaving traces at the periphery that lingered for 30 seconds before the room was simply a room again. Morrow turned around very slowly. His face was the face of a man who has been a physicist his entire adult life and has just seen something that physics, as he understood it, refused to contain. "It's self-sustaining," he said. "Even with equipment dead, the resonance." "I know." Halcombe was already at the door. Behind him, from the open frequency scanner on Klein's desk, a voice was reading a list of radar stations: Inverness, Bergen, Copenhagen, Kiel, Hamburg. Stations across northern Europe reporting identical ionospheric signatures. The same yellow sky, appearing simultaneously above installations in both nations. The temporal anomaly, amplified past the threshold of containment, spreading outward along the resonance field like fire along a fuse. Pierce grabbed his arm. "Where are you going?" "To end it." "Halcombe, what we saw is a future threat. Unknown nation, unknown capability. We need that intelligence. We need the system. The system caused what we saw. You can't know that. I know it the same way I know everything else in that notebook." Halcombe looked at him. "We didn't observe the future. We produced it. Every intervention, every ripple, every course correction. We've been authoring that city burning for 8 years. And if we don't stop the resonance now, while there's still a window for natural dissipation, we lock it in. The future we've been trying to prevent becomes the only future available." Pierce's grip tightened for 3 seconds, then let go. Carter was already in the corridor. She fell in beside him without speaking. They understood each other well enough by then. The main transmission coil array was housed in a sandbagged outbuilding 40 yards from the radar hut. It was a heavy concrete and brick structure, blast-proof by design, and it contained 17 months of careful electromagnetic engineering and a significant portion of the Air Ministry's classified research budget. Halcombe studied it for approximately 4 seconds before walking in. The array was still live on emergency power. The coil housings were running hot, the capacitor banks cycling in their slow post-activation discharge routine, the whole system ticking and humming with stored electromagnetic potential. He understood the architecture. He had reviewed the technical drawings in July. He knew where the synchronization nodes were, and he knew that if you destroyed them during the discharge cycle, the capacitors would crossfire into the main coil, and the resulting feedback would be, in the language of the technical manual, catastrophic and unrecoverable. He found the junction box. He opened it. He looked at it for a moment. It occurred to him, with the sudden clarity that comes at the end of a long process of thinking, that he had been wrong about one thing in his initial analysis. He had assumed they were working against the phenomenon, that their experiment and the natural anomaly were in opposition, and that by destroying the equipment they would restore a natural equilibrium. But if his psychoanalysis was right, and the 1943 activation had been triggered by the same pulse that had opened the 1935 window, then the causality ran differently than he'd assumed. Their 1943 experiment had amplified the 1935 event retroactively, not the reverse. The loop was closed not forward but backward. Yellow sky hadn't responded to the 1935 anomaly. The 1935 anomaly had been caused in part by yellow sky, which meant that destroying the equipment now would close a loop that began 8 years ago, and that everything that had happened, the windows, the interventions, the cascading ripple of altered futures, had been generated by a system that had, in the final analysis, responded to itself. He was not sure whether this was comforting or the most frightening thing he had ever understood. He thought about the city burning. He thought about Estes, who could not trust the sky anymore, sitting in a drafty room at some repatriation desk somewhere, looking at his hands. He thought about Klein and the printer tape, time-stamped before the event. He thought about what it meant to be the memory anchor of a destabilized timeline, to remember versions of reports that other people didn't know had been altered, to carry the original reality inside yourself, like a refugee carries whatever they managed to grab from the burning house. He threw the main synchronization breaker. The feedback was not subtle. The capacitor banks blew in sequence. He felt each one in his sternum before he heard it, and the main coil lit internally with a brilliance that turned the sandbagged outbuilding walls pink, then orange, then white. He was moving before the third bank blew, out through the door, running across tarmac in the yellow-lit November afternoon. Yellow from the sky now, natural dissipation, the resonance fading at last. And the outbuilding's roof came off behind him with a sound like a large book being slammed shut. He ran until the echo stopped. Then he stopped. Around him, Scotland, the North Sea wind, the smell of burned insulation fading on the air, a plume of dark smoke rising from the outbuilding, perfectly ordinary in its chemistry. The sky overhead was grey. The yellow was gone. Not fading. Gone. As though it had been called back. Carter was beside him. She had a cut above her left eye that she was not attending to. She was looking at the smoke. "Germany?" he asked. "Morgan Fenster reported a catastrophic equipment failure 20 minutes ago." She paused. "Simultaneous." "How?" "The resonance field was shared. Apparently our collapse propagated through the field. Their equipment went with it." He thought about this. Or the field collapsed naturally once neither side was amplifying it. "Does it matter which?" he considered. "No, I suppose it doesn't." Pierce arrested him 40 minutes later. 2 uniformed RAF police, a formal caution, the word sabotage used twice, and the word treason used once. Halcombe went with them without protest. He was still working through the mathematics of the self-referential loop in his head, and he wanted the time in a cell to finish the calculation. The charges were eventually reduced, and then, in the spring of 1944, quietly dropped. Carter's testimony before the review board was decisive. She presented the cascade analysis, the evidence of worsening outcomes from each intervention, the self-sustaining resonance that had spread across northern Europe after the November activation, the simultaneous German equipment failure that had, as a practical matter, ended the temporal arms race as effectively as any treaty. She presented it without editorializing. She let the data speak. The review board sat with it for 3 weeks. Then the files were sealed. Yellow Sky was officially designated an industrial accident and assigned to a classification category that effectively meant no one asks, no one answers. Halcombe was posted to a desk at Coastal Command and told nothing further. Morrow was transferred to a research station in the Scottish Highlands and worked, for the remainder of his career, on conventional radio propagation. He published papers. He received moderate recognition. He never once, in any recorded or unrecorded forum, mentioned Yellow Sky again. Whether this was discipline or denial, Halcombe was never certain. The war continued and then ended in the ordinary way. Extraordinarily costly, permanently shattering, but ordinary in the sense that it proceeded along the lines that history, unharvested by temporal reconnaissance, had apparently laid out for it. The V-weapons came when intelligence had projected they would come, not 3 months early. The North Sea engagement occurred without either side having foreknowledge of the other's fleet position. 47 aircraft were not shot down over Hull. Some other number died in some other engagement instead. The ledger balanced itself in ways that no intervention had improved and several interventions had worsened. Halcombe kept the notebook. He reviewed it occasionally, not often. The discrepancies he documented in 1943 remained legible only to him. Everyone else remembered the altered versions. He alone held the original. He was not sure what to do with this knowledge, and eventually decided it was not his to act on. He was the archive of a timeline that had corrected itself. That seemed sufficient. In 1947, he and Carter met for lunch in a Soho restaurant. It was a Tuesday in October. The rain was doing what London rain does, not committing to anything dramatic, simply persisting. They ate, and they talked about subjects that had nothing to do with Scotland, and then over coffee she asked, "Do you believe we saved the future?" He looked at her across the table. Outside the rain persisted. A bus passed. Someone in the street laughed at something, London being utterly, doggedly itself. "No," he said. "I believe it saved itself." She nodded slowly as though this confirmed something she had already concluded. They paid the bill and walked out into the rain, and above the city the clouds were grey and low and entirely ordinary, and if there was any yellow in them it was only October, only autumn, only the light doing what light does as the year tilts away from the sun. He looked up once, only October. He put up his collar and walked on. The Interstellar Recruit. And then the brave spaceship flew through the asteroid belt, dodging space rocks bigger than houses. Max Carter made whooshing sounds, guiding the toy spacecraft over his sisters' heads. Rose and Zoe giggled from their shared bed, their matching teddy bears clutched tight against their chests. "More, Max," Rose pleaded, her brown eyes sparkling in the glow of their dollar store nightlight. "Tomorrow, munchkins." Max tucked the worn quilt, one of the few things they had left from Mom, around their tiny shoulders. At 18, he'd become their entire world after the accident, just as they'd become his. The nightlight flickered. Another bill he'd have to juggle this month. The next evening, Max's fingers traced the worn edges of the Star Defender arcade cabinet, dust coating his fingertips. The shuttered arcade's musty air wrapped around him like a forgotten memory, broken only by the soft whimpers of his 3-year-old, sisters sleeping in their double stroller. Rose clutched her toy spaceship while Zoe huddled close to her, their matching brown curls tangled together. "Just 5 more minutes," he whispered, though they couldn't hear him. 5 minutes to pretend he wasn't drowning in responsibilities. 5 minutes to lose himself in this relic he'd spent weeks restoring, its antiquated graphics flickering to life under his touch. The screen crackled with static as he reached level 50, impossibly harder than any game he'd played before. The final boss emerged from hyperspace, a crystalline entity that shifted and pulsed with impossible geometry. Max's hands flew across the controls, executing maneuvers he didn't even know he knew. Each blast from his ship struck with surgical precision, exploiting weaknesses that revealed themselves like a complex puzzle. 3 lives left. His palms sweated. 2 lives. The entity's attacks intensified, filling the screen with deadly patterns. 1 life. Max held his breath, time slowing as he input the final sequence. Up, down, lateral thrust, plasma burst, each movement flowing into the next like a dance he'd rehearsed his entire life. The boss shattered, its crystalline form exploding in a cascade of light that seemed to leap from the screen, filling the arcade with impossible radiance. When the glare faded, Max found himself staring at 2 figures who definitely hadn't been there before. The woman wore a uniform unlike any military branch he'd seen, its fabric seeming to absorb and reflect light in subtle patterns. But it was her companion that made Max step back, a tall, elegant being whose silver skin rippled like liquid mercury. "Congratulations, Max Carter," the woman said, authority resonating in every word. "I'm Commander Varric, and this is Dr. Elon Vero. That wasn't just a game you mastered, it was a recruitment tool for the Interstellar Defense Force." Max laughed, but the sound died in his throat as Commander Varric raised her hand. The air between them shimmered, and suddenly they were surrounded by stars, a hologram so perfect he could have sworn he felt the void's cold embrace. The image shifted to a beautiful world with crystal spires reaching toward twin suns. "The colony of New Eden," Varric said, her expression darkening as the scene changed to smoking ruins. Bodies lay scattered across blackened ground, the crystal spires reduced to shards. This was the rogue faction's work. We need pilots like you, Max, people who can see patterns others miss, who can make impossible decisions under pressure. Your sisters, Dr. Vero said, his voice carrying an odd harmonic quality. Rose and Zoe. They deserve more than a life of struggle in this town. Join us, and they'll have opportunities beyond anything Earth can offer. Max looked at his sleeping sisters. Rose stirred. The toy spaceship clutched against her chest. She blinked awake, eyes widening at Dr. Vero's silvery form. Without a word, she pressed the spaceship into Max's hands. "Take it," she whispered, "for ventures." Zoe woke too, clinging to his shirt. "You promised to stay." Max hugged them both, breathing in their baby shampoo scent. "I know, sweetie, but I'm doing this for you. Where you're going, there'll be other kids to play with, and doctors to make you strong, and teachers to show you all the amazing things I know you can do." He stood, the toy spaceship cold in his hands, and faced Commander Varric. "When do we leave?" She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Now." The arcade's fluorescent lights flickered, and in that moment of darkness they vanished, leaving behind only the soft hum of an ancient game cabinet and the dreams of a better tomorrow. Max's stomach lurched as reality reassembled itself around him. The arcade's musty air gave way to something crisp and metallic, tingling in his lungs. Through the dizziness, he made out a vast chamber with walls that seemed to breathe, their surface rippling with patterns of light. "Neural recalibration complete," Dr. Vero announced, his silver skin pulsing in sync with the walls. "First transport is always unsettling for humans." Max clutched Rosa's toy spaceship tighter, his knuckles white. Outside a towering window, a massive gas giant swirled with storms larger than Earth, its rings catching starlight like scattered diamonds. 3 moons hung in formation, each hosting what looked like cities beneath crystalline domes. "Welcome to the Interstellar Defense Force Academy," Commander Varric said, striding toward a group of figures waiting near a curved doorway. Some were clearly human, but others... Max blinked hard. One appeared to be made entirely of shifting geometric patterns, while another floated in a containment field of swirling mist. A cadet with iridescent scales covering her face approached. "I'm Zira," she said, her voice carrying an undertone like wind. Chimes. "I've been assigned as your orientation partner," she gestured at his wrinkled t-shirt and jeans. "First stop, requisitions. Can't have you looking like a level 1 human sim." Max followed her through corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves, past training rooms where cadets practiced with weapons that defied physics. In one chamber, a group floated in zero gravity. Their movements synchronized to holographic threats that sparked and snarled. "How do you handle all..." Max waved his hand vaguely. "This?" Zira's scales shifted to a deeper blue. "You mean the cultural integration? The technology gap? The fact that everything you thought you knew about the universe just got thrown out the airlock?" She smiled, revealing teeth like opals. "You adapt, or you wash out." The requisitions officer, a being composed of crystalline threads that wove themselves into a vaguely humanoid shape, scanned Max with a beam of purple light. Moments later, a uniform materialized around him, replacing his clothes. The fabric felt alive, adjusting its temperature and fit with each movement. "Neural responsive plasfiber," Zira explained. "It'll help regulate your body during training. Speaking of which, she led him to a massive simulator bay where dozens of pods hung suspended in anti-gravity fields. Each contained a pilot interface that looked eerily similar to Star Defender's controls. "Cadets!" a sharp voice cut through the air. A tall figure with close-cropped black hair and eyes like burning coals strode toward them. The other cadets snapped to attention. "Senior Cadet Kale Dravik," Zero whispered. "Top of every combat class. His parents were killed in the New Eden attack." Kyle stopped in front of Max, looking him up and down with barely concealed disdain. "So this is the Earthling who beat the recruitment sim. Let's see what you can do in a real neural interface." Before Max could protest, Kale keyed a sequence into a nearby console. One of the pods descended, its canopy iris opening with an organic whir. "Standard combat trial," Kale announced. "Unless you're not ready to leave the arcade." Max glanced at Rose's spaceship, now clipped to his uniform. The toy that had once seemed so advanced now looked impossibly primitive in this chamber of living metal and quantum computers. But it reminded him why he was here, what he was fighting for. He climbed into the pod. The neural interface wrapped around his head like a cool embrace, and suddenly he was floating in space, surrounded by stars that looked more real than reality. A squadron of enemy ships emerged from quantum space, their hulls crackling with weapons that could shred reality itself. Max's hands found the controls, familiar yet enhanced, responding to his thoughts as much as his touch. The maneuvers that had worked in Star Defender translated perfectly to three-dimensional space. He wove through the enemy formation, exploiting patterns in their attack algorithms that felt like a language he'd always known how to read. The simulation ended with all enemy ships neutralized. Max emerged from the pod to find the chamber silent, every cadet staring at him. Even Kale looked shaken. "Impossible," Kale muttered. "Those were instructor-level combat routines. You shouldn't have—" He stalked away, leaving the sentence unfinished. Zira's scales had shifted to a bright gold. "I've never seen anyone fly like that," she said. "It's like you weren't just predicting their movements. You were reading the code itself. In Star Defender, I always felt like the game was teaching me something." Max watched Kale disappear through a doorway, like every level was building towards some bigger pattern. "It was," a new voice said. Max turned to find Dr. Vero emerging from shadows that hadn't been there a moment before. The recruitment sim wasn't just testing your combat skills, it was teaching you to perceive quantum space, to see the underlying patterns of reality itself. The xenotechnologist's silver skin rippled with complex equations. The rogue faction has developed quantum phase weapons that can unravel the fabric of space-time. We needed pilots who could sense their attack patterns before they manifest. Out of millions of candidates, you showed the highest neural synchronization we've ever recorded. "Is that why they're so interested in Earth?" Max asked. "Looking for pilots?" Dr. Vero's expression shifted like mercury. "Among other things, the rogue faction believes humanity's chaotic nature makes them perfect weapons. They've been abducting humans, experimenting with ways to weaponize their quantum perception. Those who survive the process—" He shuddered, his form momentarily losing cohesion. A distant alarm blared. Commander Varric's voice echoed through hidden speakers. "All cadets to battle stations. Rogue faction vessels detected in nearby space. This is not a drill." Max felt the Academy's massive engines rumble to life as the gas giant storms reflected the light of approaching ships. The real test was about to begin. Red emergency lights pulsed through the Academy's living walls as cadets scrambled to their stations. Max ran alongside Zira toward the simulator bay, but Dr. Vero's silver form materialized in their path. "Not the simulators," he said, his skin rippling with urgent patterns. "Real ships. Now." Max's stomach dropped as they sprinted to a massive hangar he hadn't seen before. Sleek fighters hung in anti-gravity cradles, their quantum drives humming with barely contained power. Each bore scars from previous battles, telling stories of survival in the void. Rogue faction signature confirmed, Commander Varick's voice echoed. They're using stolen Academy ships. Cadet Dravik, take Alpha Squadron and belay that. Kale's voice cut through the comm. He was already climbing into his fighter, his movements sharp with rage. They're using the same attack pattern as New Eden. This is personal. Before anyone could stop him, Kale's fighter screamed out of the hangar. 5 other cadets followed, their ships forming up in a standard combat array. Zira, get to your ship, Dr. Vero ordered. Max. His silver features twisted with concern. You've never flown a real quantum fighter. The neural load could... Could what? Max was already heading for the nearest ship. Kill me? Like they killed Kale's parents. Like they'll kill my sisters if we fail. He pulled himself into the cockpit, and the neural interface wrapped around his mind like a cold knife. Pain lanced through his skull as the fighter's quantum-enhanced senses became his own. Space itself seemed to whisper to him, showing him paths and patterns hidden in the void. Through the neural link, he felt Kale's squadron engage the enemy. The rogue faction ships moved like hunting predators, their quantum weapons, leaving tears in reality that made Max's upgraded senses scream. Kale, wait! Zira's fighter rocketed past Max's. It's a trap. They're herding us toward. Reality shattered. A massive rogue faction carrier phased into existence, its hull bristling with weapons that shouldn't exist. Kyle's squadron scattered, but 2 cadets weren't fast enough. Their ships vanished in bursts of quantum fire that left spreading cracks in space-time. Fall back, Commander Varick ordered. All cadets, emergency retreat. The carrier's weapons will tear the Academy apart. But Max saw something in the patterns, a flaw in the carrier's quantum field. The same kind of weakness he'd exploited in the Star Defender boss hidden in plain sight. If he could get close enough. Kyle, he called through the neural link, I need your help. I don't need help from an Earthling who... Your parents, Max cut him off. Tell me about them. Not how they died, how they lived. A moment of startled silence. Then, they were researchers, quantum theorists. They believed there was a pattern to everything in the universe, even chaos, even death. Like this pattern? Max transmitted the weakness he'd spotted, sharing the intuition through their neural link. Your parents were right, Kale. Everything has a pattern, even revenge. Kale's fighter swung around, falling into formation with Max's. What's the plan? Remember Star Defender, level 47, the mirror maneuver? That's suicide in real space. The quantum backwash alone would... Kale stopped. Through the neural link, Max felt him smile. Would create one hell of a chain reaction. Zira, you in. Always. Her fighter took position on Max's other wing. Though I still think that game was rigged. Max gripped Rose's toy spaceship with one hand as he guided his fighter toward the carrier. The neural interface sang with possibilities, showing him exactly where they needed to hit. Now. The 3 fighters split apart, their quantum drives leaving precisely calculated wake patterns. The carrier's weapons tracked them, but the overlapping quantum fields created a resonance effect that turned its own technology against it. Reality itself seemed to fold and unfold around them. Pull up, Max screamed as the carrier's quantum core began to overload. Get clear of the... Space exploded. The blast threw Max's fighter into a wild spin. Warning lights flashed as the neural interface overloaded, sending lightning bolts of pain through his mind. His last thought before losing consciousness was of Rose and Zoe, and whether they'd be proud of their big brother. He woke in the Academy's medical bay, his head feeling like it had been torn apart and reassembled. Zira sat beside him, her scales a relieved shade of blue. Kyle stood by the window, watching the gas giant's storms. The carrier, Max croaked. Destroyed, Cale said without turning, along with their whole attack force. The quantum backwash will make that sector of space unnavigable for months. He finally faced Max. It was a good plan. Your sisters would be proud. Dr. Vero materialized from the shadows, his silver form dimmer than usual. The neural overload nearly killed you. No human has ever handled that level of quantum synchronization before. He paused. The rogue faction will be back, and now they know exactly what you can do. Good. Max sat up despite the pain, clutching Rose's toy spaceship. Because now I know what they can do too, and I can see the patterns in their chaos. Through the window, the gas giant storms swirled like battle plans waiting to be decoded. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. But Max wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. He was fighting for a future where his sisters could look up at the stars and see hope instead of darkness. And he was no longer fighting alone. The Academy's medical bay hummed with quiet activity in the days following the battle. Max spent hours watching the gas giant storms through the transparent walls, their patterns now as readable to him as his sister's bedtime stories had once been. The neural overload had left him with a persistent awareness of quantum space. Reality seemed to flicker at the edges of his vision, showing him glimpses of possible futures and parallel moments. Your brain chemistry has been permanently altered, Dr. Vero explained, his silver form reflecting the storm's colours. The level of quantum synchronization you achieved, it should have been impossible, yet here you are, rewriting our understanding of human potential. Max turned the toy spaceship over in his hands, its plastic surface now scored with marks from the battle. And the other cadets, the ones who didn't make it, being honoured in the memorial garden. Commander Varric entered, her uniform bearing new marks of rank. Their sacrifice saved countless lives. The rogue faction's carrier wasn't just planning to attack the Academy. We found evidence they were targeting Earth next. Your actions prevented that. The door slid open again as Cale walked in, moving stiffly from his own injuries. His usual arrogance had been replaced by something more complex, respect tinged with uncertainty. He carried a sleek metal case. The Defense Council reviewed the battle recordings, he said, placing the case on Max's bed. They've never seen anyone navigate quantum space like that. They're calling it the Carter Maneuver now. He opened the case, revealing a commander's insignia. They're promoting you to Squad Leader, if you want it. Youngest in Academy history, Zira added, her scales shifting through proud colours as she entered. Though some of us think you're still just lucky. Max smiled, remembering their first meeting just days ago, before the battle, before he'd understood what he was truly capable of. Luck had nothing to do with it. Star Defender taught me to see patterns, but you and Cale taught me how to use them. We succeeded because we worked together. Speaking of working together, Commander Varric activated a holographic display. The quantum backwash from the carrier's destruction revealed something interesting. Hidden transmissions, encoded in the fabric of space-time itself. The rogue faction isn't just a splinter group. They have supporters within the Defense Force. The implications hung heavy in the air. Max thought of his sisters, safe in the Academy's family centre but still vulnerable to an enemy that could strike from within. There's more, Dr. Vero said, his form rippling with concern. The neural scanning technology they used in their human experiments. It bears remarkable similarities to the Star Defender interface. Someone with intimate knowledge of our recruitment program helped them develop it. A traitor, Cale's fists clenched. Someone who watched New Eden burn and did nothing. We need to find them, Zira said, before they help the rogue faction rebuild. Max stood despite the lingering pain, picking up the commander's insignia. Its weight felt right in his hand, like the arcade controls had that first day, a key to unlocking something larger than himself. Then let's get to work, he said. But first, I need to see my sisters. The family centre occupied one of the Academy's upper levels, its windows offering a view of all 3 moons. Max found Rose and Zoe in a classroom where other children, human and alien alike, learned to manipulate holographic building blocks with thought alone. "Max," they ran to him, their small arms wrapping around his legs. "We saw you in the sky. You were so bright." He knelt to hug them properly, noticing how they'd already changed in the short time since their arrival. Rose's drawings now featured impossible colours that shifted as you watched them. Zoe spoke with growing confidence, her shyness giving way to curiosity about her alien classmates. "Are you staying?" Zoe asked, hope in her voice. Max showed them his new insignia. "I have to protect people, remember? Like in our stories. But I'll always come back." Rose touched the scored surface of her toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. "Did it help? With ventures?" "More than you know, Munchkin," he smiled, remembering how that simple toy had anchored him during the chaos of battle. "It reminded me what I was fighting for." Later, standing with his newfound team, Max watched a supply ship depart for Earth. Somewhere down there, in a shuttered arcade, an ancient game cabinet still hummed with power, waiting for the next recruit who could see patterns in the chaos. "Ready for your first official briefing, Commander?" Zira asked, her scales matching the gas giant's swirling colours. Max nodded, feeling the weight of his new responsibilities settle alongside his hopes for the future. The rogue faction was still out there, planning their next move. The traitor within the defence force had yet to be uncovered, but he was no longer the overwhelmed teenager from that small town. He was a defender of something greater, a protector of not just his sisters, but of all the families who looked to the stars with hope instead of fear. And he had a feeling their greatest adventures were just beginning. 3 months after the carrier's destruction, Max stood before the Academy's memorial garden, watching quantum roses bloom and fade in impossible colours. Each flower represented a fallen cadet, their patterns echoing the unique neural signatures of those lost in battle. Through his enhanced perception, he could almost hear them whispering stories of sacrifice and courage. "The councils confirmed it," Kale said, approaching with a datapad that flickered with classified reports. "The traitor was Administrator Adams." The arcade owner? Max's mind raced back to those first days, seeing new patterns in old memories. He wasn't just maintaining the Star Defender cabinet. He was identifying potential recruits for the rogue faction, Zira finished, her scales dark with anger. "Testing them before we could. The cabinet you found wasn't the only one." The implications chilled Max. How many others had played that game, unknowingly auditioning for the wrong side? How many had disappeared, their quantum potential twisted into weapons? "We'll find them," he promised, touching the commander's insignia that now felt like a part of him. "Every lost recruit, every hidden cabinet, we'll bring them home." A soft chime echoed through the garden, shift change at the family centre. Right on schedule, Rose and Zoe burst through the doors, their small forms flickering with the static charge of their morning quantum mechanics class. At 5 years old, they were already showing signs of their own unique abilities. "Max," Rose ran to him, her drawings floating in her wake, artistic interpretations of quantum space that even Dr. Vero found fascinating. "Look what I made!" She held up her hands and reality rippled between them. A tiny galaxy spiraled into being, each star pulsing with possibility. Max remembered when such sights would have seemed impossible. Now they were just part of his sister's childhood. "Beautiful, Munchkin." He ruffled her hair as Zoe showed off her own creation, a miniature quantum computer built from spare parts and sheer imagination. "Ready for your big day?" Today marked their first authorized visit to Earth since everything began. The Council had finally deemed it safe enough for a brief return, though Max knew the rogue faction was still out there, regrouping in the shadows between realities. They gathered in the teleportation chamber, Max, his sisters, Kale and Zira. Commander Varric supervised the coordinates herself, her uniform now bearing the marks of full admiral. "Remember," she said, "Earth's quantum awareness is growing. More people are beginning to see the patterns, even if they don't understand them yet. Be careful." "We always are," Max replied, thinking of how much had changed. He was no longer the overwhelmed teenager who'd stumbled into this world. His sisters were no longer the helpless children who needed his protection. They were all part of something larger now, a future where humanity was awakening to its true potential. Reality shifted, and they materialized in the old arcade. Dust still coated the machines, undisturbed since that fateful night. The Star Defender cabinet stood silent, its screen dark. Rose approached it slowly, trailing quantum sparkles. "This is where it started?" "One beginning," Max said, watching as Zoe examined the cabinet with eyes that could see through space and time. "There are others out there. More games, more recruits, more patterns waiting to be discovered." Through the grimy windows, he could see their small town transforming. Quantum technology was subtly reshaping the world, though most humans wouldn't notice for years to come. The rogue faction had failed to prevent Earth's integration into the larger universe, but the real challenges and opportunities were just beginning. Kale ran a scanner over the cabinet. "No active quantum signature, it's just a machine now." "It was never just a machine," Max corrected, touching Rose's old toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. "It was a key, a test, a message saying we're not alone in the universe, and we're more than we think we are." Zira's scales shifted thoughtfully. "The Council wants to mass-produce a new version, something to help identify potential recruits before the rogue faction finds them." "No," Max's voice was firm. "No more hidden tests. It's time for humanity to know the truth, to make their own choices." Through his quantum-enhanced senses, he could see the patterns of possibility spreading from this moment, billions of humans beginning to awaken to their potential, for better or worse. The Defense Force would need to adapt, to become guides rather than guardians. "What do we do now?" Zoe asked, her small hand finding his. Max smiled, seeing endless patterns of possibility stretching before them. "Now, we help write the next chapter, together." Rose's galaxy still sparkled between her hands, each tiny star a reminder of how far they'd come and how far they had yet to go. The universe was vast, full of wonders and dangers they had yet to imagine, but they would face it as they had faced everything else, as a family, bound not just by blood but by their shared journey into a reality larger than their dreams. The old arcade cabinet stood as a silent witness to their past, while quantum roses bloomed unseen in the memorial garden light years away. Somewhere between those points in space and time, Max Carter had stopped being just another small-town kid trying to survive. He had become something else, a bridge between worlds, a protector of possibilities, a keeper of patterns that might reshape the very fabric of existence. And his greatest adventure was just beginning. Continuity Review. Bryant Marr first encountered the impossible on a Tuesday in Conference Room 7B, on the 43rd floor of a building whose ownership structure dissolved into increasingly opaque holding companies, the deeper one investigated. The memo had arrived without sender metadata. Continuity Review, pre-human signatories, your participation required, non-delegable. His assistant, Karen, had looked at it with the careful neutrality she reserved for the firm's most sensitive matters. "They're waiting for you," was all she said. 23 years of corporate law had taught Bryant that power revealed itself through absence, through what wasn't said, what wasn't documented, who wasn't present. He had negotiated liability frameworks for NGOs operating in collapsed states. He had arbitrated disputes between sovereign wealth funds and entities that existed only as articles of incorporation in 3 different jurisdictions. He understood that the world's true architecture was contractual, not territorial. He believed in nothing except the integrity of properly executed agreements. Conference Room 7B contained 3 others: Margaret Bell from Archives, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer and whose age Bryant had never been able to determine; Dmitry Volkov, representing something called the Perpetuity Council, and a woman who introduced herself only as the Witness, dressed in charcoal grey, her face unmemorable in the way that suggested deliberate cultivation. The documents were already on the table, not screens, not tablets. Actual documents, though calling them that seemed inadequate. They appeared to be vellum, or something older than vellum. The text shifted between writing systems, cuneiform bleeding into something that resembled Linear A, which gave way to symbols that predated recognisable language entirely. "You're looking at the oldest continuously binding agreements in human history," Margaret said. Her voice had the tired precision of someone who'd given this briefing before. "Older than Sumer, older than Göbekli Tepe. These contracts predate civilization as we understand it." Bryant reached for the documents. They were warm. Not room temperature, body temperature. No, something else. The temperature of thought itself. "The opposing party," Dmitri said slowly, "does not communicate through language as we practice it. They respond to symbolic geometry, intention expressed through archetypal form." "Who are they?" Bryant heard himself ask. The witness spoke for the first time. "That's not the correct question. The correct question is, what have they been helping us avoid?" The briefing lasted 6 hours. Bryant learned that human civilization existed in a legal framework established approximately 40,000 years ago, during a cognitive crisis that would have ended the species. Non-human intelligences, the documents called them prior signatories or sometimes continuity, keepers, had offered terms, not conquest, not submission, partnership. In exchange for certain allowances, humanity would receive guidance, not direct intervention that violated some principle the documents couldn't quite articulate, but influence, pattern setting, the establishment of symbolic frameworks that would channel human development along stable trajectories. The allowances were specific: cognitive access, during threshold moments, the formation of civilizations, the collapse of empires, the invention of world-altering technologies. The prior signatories could subtly adjust the archetypal patterns that shaped human decision-making. Not control, adjustment, the way a gardener stakes a growing plant. Lineage influence. Certain family lines would carry heightened sensitivity to symbolic structures. These bloodlines would naturally gravitate toward positions of authority, not through conspiracy, but through neurological architecture. They would feel the pull of legitimacy, the weight of sovereignty, the necessity of hierarchy. They would build the institutions that contained chaos. Mythic stewardship, the fundamental stories that organized human meaning, gods, heroes, monsters, redemption, would maintain specific geometries. Variations were permitted, but core patterns remained protected. These patterns served as the interface through which the prior signatories could communicate across the species barrier. In exchange, humanity received something it couldn't appreciate until it was nearly lost: coherence at scale. Every attempt at universal human organization has succeeded only when it aligned with the protected patterns, Margaret explained. The Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, the nation-state system, global capitalism, each one a variation on archetypal themes the prior signatories helped establish. "And when humans deviate?" Bryant asked. "The 20th century, Dmitri said quietly. 2 world wars, totalitarian experiments, the nuclear threshold. Humanity kept trying to reorganize itself according to purely rational principles, scientific materialism, historical dialectics, racial supremacy, all attempts to escape mythic authority. The prior signatories withdrew coherence, the witness added, not as punishment, as consequence. Human consciousness requires pattern to function at civilization scale. Remove the mythic substrate and collective meaning collapses. What followed was predictable. Bryant studied the documents. They weren't static. Clauses seemed to rearrange themselves as he read, responding to his attention. Why am I here? Because the treaties are up for renewal, Margaret said. Every 5,000 years the terms must be renegotiated. We're 3 years from the deadline, and this time there's a proposal to amend. She slid another document across the table. It was newer, maybe 50 years old, typed on a manual typewriter in English. The title read, Amendment Proposal, Symbolic. Autonomy Clause, Bryant read it twice. His hands were shaking. This would terminate the cognitive access provision, he said. Completely. Yes. Humanity would retain full autonomy over its symbolic development. No external influence on myth, religion, or political archetypes. Correct. This is insane. Civilization would destabilize within 50 to 200 years, Dmitri finished. That's the conservative estimate. The modelling suggests humanity would fragment into incompatible meaning systems, wars of interpretation, the collapse of any universal framework for law, ethics, or truth. Bryant looked at the witness. You support this? It wasn't a question. Freedom is not stability, she said. It never has been. The question before us is whether humanity deserves the dignity of choosing its own path, even if that path leads to failure. And the prior signatories? They will accept whatever we decide, Margaret said. That's in the original contract. Consent cannot be permanently delegated. Every few millennia humanity must choose again. Bryant felt something shift inside him. Not emotion, exactly, but the recognition that he was standing at a door he'd never known existed. What happens if we reject the amendment? Continue as we have been. Humanity survives, Dmitri said. Continues to be guided, continues to be stable, continues to be, in certain ways, managed. And if we accept it? No one answered immediately. Finally the witness spoke. Then we discover what we actually are, without assistance. The next 3 months consumed Bryant utterly. He was given clearance to access the archives, not the firm's archives, but the archives, a facility that existed in no official database, accessible only through a series of increasingly baroque verification procedures. It occupied the sub-basement of a building in Geneva that had been continuously inhabited since the Roman era. What he found there rewrote his understanding of human history. Every major civilization had maintained continuity bureaus, priesthoods, chanceries, bureaucratic castes whose overt function was record-keeping, but whose actual purpose was treaty maintenance. The Roman Pontifex Maximus, the Byzantine Logothetes, the Islamic Qadi, the Confucian Mandarinate, all of them preserving and interpreting the symbolic geometries that interfaced with the prior signatories. The documents showed patterns. When Rome fell, it wasn't because of barbarian invasions. Those were symptoms. The empire had begun experimenting with purely administrative authority, trying to ground legitimacy in legal rationalism rather than mythic sovereignty. The archetypal patterns destabilized. Coherence withdrew. The collapse followed. The French Revolution had been another deviation, an attempt to reorganize society according to abstract principles of reason. The terror wasn't accidental. It was what happened when mythic authority was abruptly severed without a replacement framework. Napoleon's rise wasn't reaction. It was emergency remythologization. The empire restored archetypal patterns through military charisma and pseudo-Roman symbolism. Every successful social transformation aligned with the protected patterns. Christianity spreading through the Roman Empire, a perfect mapping of mystery cult structures onto monotheistic narrative. The Enlightenment, permitted because it preserved underlying hierarchies of reason and natural law. Even the digital revolution followed patterns, network topology mirroring ancient metaphors of connection and flow. But the failures, the catastrophes, those came when humanity tried to escape the patterns entirely. The Soviet Union, Margaret explained during one of their review sessions, attempted to construct meaning from pure materialism, historical dialectics with no mythic resonance. It lasted 70 years, less than a human lifetime, before collapsing under its own semantic weight. The prior signatories destroyed it? No, they did nothing. That's the point. Humans did it to themselves. Without archetypal scaffolding, large-scale social coordination becomes psychologically impossible. People need stories that resonate at depths language can't reach. Bryant was reading a report from 1945, declassified only in this archive. It described the Manhattan Project not as a technological achievement, but as a threshold moment, humanity accessing the power to end itself. The prior signatories had apparently flooded the collective unconscious with symbols of apocalypse and redemption, not to prevent nuclear weapons, that would violate the non-intervention principle, but to ensure that human decision-makers felt the mythic weight of their choices. The bombs were used. But mad doctrine emerged, mutually assured destruction, a perfect archetypal bind that prevented total war through the threat of total annihilation. A deeply mythic solution to a rational problem. They saved us, Bryant said. Margaret's expression was unreadable. They managed us. The deeper Bryant went, the more the patterns revealed themselves, and the more disturbing the implications became. Monarchies weren't arbitrary. They mapped onto parent-child archetypes, creating stability through familiar psychological structures. Every culture had independently developed the concept of divine kingship because the archetype was embedded in the treaty framework. The symbols varied: sun kings, dragon emperors, pharaohs as living gods, but the underlying pattern was identical. Democracy wasn't unique to Athens. It emerged whenever communities reached a certain size and complexity, because the archetype of collective decision-making was protected in the treaty frameworks. But true democracy was rare, always unstable, because it required constant mythic reinforcement. Most democratic societies were actually aristocracies or oligarchies wearing democratic symbols, the pattern stabilising through elite guardianship. Even revolution followed scripts. Bryant found a document from 1789, filed by a French continuity officer weeks before the Bastille fell. It described the coming upheaval not as political inevitability, but as archetypal necessity. The king archetype has become disconnected from the provider pattern. The divine parent no longer feeds the children. The scapegoat mechanism will activate. Estimate: 1836 months of purification ritual before new authority pattern stabilises. The prediction was accurate within 3 months. Even atrocities had patterns, and this was where Bryant began to feel something he hadn't expected. Not anger exactly. He'd thought he was incapable of that, but something close to it. Witch hunts, pogroms, ethnic cleansings, genocides. They followed rhythms, occurred during periods of mythic instability when societies were between symbolic systems, not caused by the prior signatories but not prevented either. The treaties apparently permitted a certain amount of human chaos, as long as it didn't threaten species-level extinction. More than that, some violence was apparently functional within the pattern maintenance system. Scapegoating served to discharge accumulated social tension. Periodic purges reinforced in-group coherence. Ritual sacrifice, whether literal in ancient cultures or metaphorical in modern ones, maintained the circulation of meaning through symbolic systems. The documents were clinical about it. One entry, dated to approximately 1348, described the Black Death pogroms against Jewish communities across Europe. The analysis suggested these weren't just expressions of misplaced blame. They were emergency mythic recalibration. The plague had destabilized every pattern simultaneously. The church's authority was in question. Feudal hierarchies were collapsing. The very cosmos seemed chaotic. The scapegoating of outsiders restored a sense of cosmic order. There was an enemy. There was a cause. There was something humans could do. It was functional. It was monstrous. Both things were true. "They let millions die," Bryant said to Dmitri one evening, after reading too many of these clinical assessments. "They let billions live," Dmitri replied. "The question isn't whether the system is perfect. The question is whether any alternative is better. That's not an answer. That's an excuse. It's both." Dmitri looked tired, genuinely tired, not the performance of tiredness. "I've spent 30 years studying the counterfactuals. Every time humanity tried to escape these patterns entirely, the death toll was higher. The Mongol conquests, brutal but mythically coherent. Genghis Khan as archetypal conqueror, bringing order through force, horrifying but stable. Compare that to the 20th century's industrial-scale ideological murders. No archetypal resonance, just mechanical, meaningless death. So the patterns make death more meaningful. They make death legible. That's different." Dmitri poured himself more tea. "When people die within mythic frameworks, as martyrs, heroes, sacrifices, their deaths enter narrative. They become part of the pattern. When people die outside those frameworks, they're just eliminated, processed. There's no transcendence, no meaning, no integration into the larger story." Bryant thought about that. "I'm not sure that's better." "Neither am I," Dmitri admitted, "but it's what we have." Bryant found himself in increasingly strange territory. He was reading anthropological reports that reframed cargo cults not as primitive misunderstandings, but as spontaneous attempts to interface with a symbolic substrate. Documents showing that identical religious imagery emerged independently across cultures, not because of diffusion, but because certain archetypal forms were embedded in the treaty framework itself. The Virgin Mary, Kuan Yin, Isis, Tara. The same pattern, divine feminine, compassionate intermediary appearing across civilizations because it served a specific function in the architecture of human meaning-making. The pattern mediated between absolute transcendence and human need. It made the numinous accessible, but there were other patterns, darker ones, that repeated with equal precision. The men in black appeared in medieval chronicles described as figures in dark garments who appeared before catastrophes, speaking in riddles about coming transformations. The same archetype manifested in 20th century UFO encounters, men in black visiting witnesses, their behaviour ritualistic and cryptic, serving no obvious function except to mark the witness as having crossed a threshold. Bryant found a memo from 1952, filed by a continuity officer embedded in the US Air Force. It described the men in black phenomenon not as alien contact or government harassment, but as spontaneous manifestation of the threshold guardian pattern. When individuals encountered experiences that threatened to destabilize their symbolic framework, UFO sightings being archetypal encounters with the radically other, the pattern would generate a secondary experience to contain and ritualize the first one. The men in black appeared to transform random experience into initiatory structure. Their presence said, "You have seen something significant. This significance is real. It is also dangerous. You have been marked. The ritual completed the pattern. What might have been destabilizing became mythically integrated. The prior signatories don't just maintain patterns, Margaret explained when Bryant brought this to her attention. They generate protective responses when humans approach pattern boundaries. The men in black are one example. There are others. She showed him documents about ritual traditions that appeared independently across cultures, initiation ceremonies that followed identical symbolic progressions, mystery cults that used the same archetypal language despite no historical contact, secret societies that emerged in different eras with identical structures. "Look at Freemasonry," she said, pulling up a file that tracked the organization's development. "It claims historical continuity back to Solomon's Temple. That's mythic genealogy, not literal history. But the ritual structures, the initiatory degrees, the symbolic architecture, the emphasis on sacred geometry, those are real. They're interface protocols. For what? For allowing humans to consciously engage with the symbolic substrate without destabilization. The rituals don't do anything in a literal sense, but they provide a framework for individuals to experience pattern awareness safely, in controlled settings, with guidance from those who've successfully navigated the experience before." Bryant studied the documents. Masonic ritual used symbols that appeared in the earliest treaty frameworks: the square and compass, the checkered floor, the pillars. Not because Masons knew about the treaties, but because the patterns themselves generated these symbols in any system that attempted to formalize the relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic order. So secret societies are, what? Pressure release valves? "Ritual containers," Margaret corrected. "Humans have always intuited that there are patterns larger than individual understanding. Secret societies formalize that intuition. They let people participate in something archetypal without requiring them to consciously understand the full architecture. And the prior signatories encourage this. They don't need to. The patterns generate these structures automatically when human societies reach certain complexity thresholds. Humans create ritual systems the way bodies create immune responses. It's adaptive architecture emerging from the underlying pattern framework." Bryant sat with that. "So we're, what, cultists? All of us?" "We're participants," Margaret said, "whether we know it or not. The question the amendment raises is whether we should have the choice to stop participating." He began noticing it everywhere. Corporate logos using ancient symbols of protection and prosperity. National flags encoding geometric patterns that resonated with tribal identity mechanisms. Even internet memes, the most modern form of communication, following distribution patterns that match the spread of myths in oral cultures. The prior signatories didn't need to intervene constantly. They'd front-loaded the patterns 40,000 years ago. Human psychology would perpetuate them automatically, unless humanity chose otherwise. The symbolic autonomy clause hearings began in November, in a facility Bryant had been told was a neutral space, physically located on no nation's territory, accessed through legal jurisdictions that answered to no contemporary government. Representatives came from institutions he'd never heard of: the Hereditary Council, the Mythic Preservation Society, the Order of Continuous Memory, each one a lineage organization, families who had maintained treaty awareness for generations. Bryant was there as lead counsel for the amendment proposal. He hadn't chosen this role, it had been assigned. Margaret had explained it with tired certainty. Your bloodline makes you suitable. You carry the legal sensitivity. That revelation had come 3 weeks earlier, delivered in a manila folder containing genealogical research Bryant hadn't requested. His family line tracked back through attorneys, judges and legal scholars, an unbroken chain extending to medieval chancery officials, Roman advocati, and beyond into periods where record-keeping became symbolic. He was, apparently, exactly what he seemed. A man bred across millennia to negotiate the terms of human existence. The knowledge had done something to him, not changed him, revealed him. His skepticism, his emotional distance, his perfect comfort with abstract legal frameworks, all of it inheritance. Neurological, family had maintained treaty awareness since the Magna Carta, stood to deliver her testimony. She had been a vocal opponent of the amendment. Halfway through her statement she stopped. Her face went blank. Not unconscious, conscious but empty, like a computer awaiting input. Then she spoke, but the voice wasn't hers. The pattern recognizes error. The amendment contains misalignment, processing consequences. Bryant felt the temperature in the room drop, not literally, though that too, but metaphysically, as if meaning itself had suddenly become negotiable. Victoria's body remained standing for 17 seconds, then she collapsed. She was alive but changed. When she regained consciousness, she couldn't explain what had happened. She remembered her positions on the treaty, her arguments against the amendment, but she couldn't articulate why they mattered. The emotional resonance was gone, the mythic weight. She was, in a very precise sense, severed from pattern. The hearings continued, but everything had shifted. The prior signatories had demonstrated something. They could withdraw coherence individually, selectively, surgically, not as threat, as information. This is what autonomy looks like, the gesture said. Humanity cut loose from archetypal meaning, functional, alive, but fundamentally disconnected from the frameworks that made existence feel significant. The amendment was withdrawn by week's end, but something had broken. Over the next 18 months, similar incidents occurred across the globe. People in positions of symbolic authority, religious leaders, judges, political philosophers, experiencing sudden pattern severing. Not many, perhaps 300 worldwide. Each one emerged functional but transformed. They could no longer feel the pull of tradition, the weight of legitimacy, the resonance of sacred narrative. They continued their roles, but mechanically. The meaning was gone. Sociologists called it a new form of depression. Neurologists found no physical abnormalities. Psychiatrists noted that the affected individuals weren't suffering exactly. They were simply indifferent to the frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. Bryant recognized it immediately. The prior signatories were demonstrating the cost of the amendment at scale. Not punishment, education. Margaret met him in a cafe in Brussels, one of those anonymous European spaces where lawyers and bureaucrats conducted the world's actual business. "They're showing us what we asked for," she said. "Humanity wanted to see what symbolic autonomy looks like. They're providing examples. People are being damaged. People are being freed," Margaret corrected. "That's the point. Freedom from archetypal influence means freedom from meaning. You can't have one without the other." Bryant ordered coffee he wouldn't drink. There has to be a middle path. There isn't. That's what the treaties established. Either humans remain within the symbolic frameworks the prior signatories helped create, or we don't. Gradual withdrawal is impossible. Meaning doesn't work that way. It's structural, binary. So we're trapped. We're protected. Bryant looked at her across the small table. Margaret Bell, whose age he still couldn't determine, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, whose family had probably maintained treaty awareness since before China was China. "Do you ever resent them?" he asked. "Every day," she said, "and I'm grateful every day. That's the burden of understanding the architecture." The meeting that would determine everything took place in a location Bryant would never be able to properly remember. Not because of any imposed amnesia, but because the space existed in a jurisdictional grey zone, technically accessible but semantically unstable. The three participants, Bryant Marr, representing human legal interests. the witness, whose role remained ambiguous, and something that manifested as a geometric configuration of symbols, the closest thing to direct communication with the prior signatories anyone had achieved in recorded history. The proposal on the table was new, drafted over 6 months of consultation with the world's deepest continuity organisations. Voluntary Disengagement Protocol. The prior signatories would not withdraw, but they would allow humans to opt out individually, irreversibly. Anyone who chose symbolic autonomy could be severed from the archetypal frameworks. They would retain consciousness, agency, function, but would lose access to the meaning structures that made existence feel mythically significant. A personal choice, not a species-level decision. The geometric symbol configuration responded. Bryant had learned to read the basic syntax, angles indicating degrees of acceptance, recursive patterns showing conditional agreement. The response was clear, acceptable, with conditions. The conditions materialized as new symbolic formations. Condition 1. Individuals choosing disengagement must understand the choice is permanent. No return to mythic coherence. Condition 2. The process requires witnessing. Each disengagement must be legally documented, creating a new category of personhood outside the treaty framework. Condition 3. Bryant Marr must be the first. He read the condition 3 times. Why me? He asked the configuration. The response appeared not as symbol, but as sensation, a direct impression in his consciousness, the only time a prior signatory had communicated with him so intimately. You carry the lineage most suited to documentation. Your disengagement will establish the legal precedent. You are, in every sense, the bridge between compliance and autonomy. Your choice determines viability. Bryant looked at the witness. She nodded. This is why you were assigned to continuity review, she said quietly. Your bloodline was bred to negotiate, but also to witness. You're capable of leaving the framework precisely because you understand it completely. The weight of it settled on him. Not emotional weight, he was still too deep in shock for that, but logical weight, structural weight. If he accepted disengagement, he would prove the system could be left voluntarily. He would become the first human in 40,000 years to exist outside mythic influence. No archetypal resonance, no sacred significance, no pattern-driven meaning. He would be free, and he would be alone in a way no human had been since the treaties were signed. What happens to my work? He asked. My practice. You continue, Margaret said from somewhere behind him. He hadn't noticed her arrive. You continue to practice law, but it will feel different. Law will be purely procedural for you. No mystical authority, no sense of justice as something ordained, just contracts and consequences. Will I lose the ability to care? No. You'll lose the ability to feel that caring matters at a cosmic level. Your ethics will be yours alone, not echoes of archetypal patterns. Bryant thought about his 23 years of practice, the satisfaction he'd found in properly executed agreements, the pleasure of containing chaos through clear contractual language, all of it built on foundations he hadn't known existed. He thought about the 300 individuals who'd already been severed, the experiments in autonomy. They were functional, successful even. But reports suggested they existed in a kind of existential isolation, unable to connect with the symbolic frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. He would join them, and by joining them, make their condition legitimate, create a legal category for the mythically autonomous. If I do this, he said slowly, and it works, if humans can choose disengagement without destabilization, what happens to the treaties? The geometric configuration shifted, and Bryant felt the response in his chest. The treaties become voluntary at individual scale. humanity as a species remains protected. Individual humans can leave. Over time, two populations emerge, those within pattern, those without. Coexistence replaces management. And if that coexistence fails, it will, eventually. But that failure will be yours to own. The procedure was simpler than Bryant expected. A single document, a declaration of voluntary disengagement, signed in the presence of the witness and documented in the perpetuity archive. The signing itself required one additional element. Bryant had to articulate precisely what he was choosing to leave behind. Not just abstractly, specifically. Name the archetypal patterns he was severing himself from. Margaret provided the list, compiled from 40,000 years of treaty documentation, the hero's journey, the divine parent, the sacred marriage, the descent and return, the scapegoat, the trickster, the wise elder, the innocent child, the great mother, the terrible father, the promised land, the golden age, the apocalypse, the resurrection. 27 core patterns in total, the mythic geometries that organised human meaning across all cultures, all eras. Bryant read each one aloud, clearly stating, "I relinquish symbolic participation in this pattern. I accept functional existence without mythic resonance." The witness countersigned. The document was sealed. For 17 seconds, nothing happened. Then Bryant felt it. Not as loss, exactly, but as a kind of clarification. The world remained visually identical. Sounds, sensations, physical reality, all unchanged, but the significance was gone. He looked at Margaret and she was just a woman, not a guardian of ancient wisdom, not a representative of timeless continuity, just a person with a job, aging, tired, mortal. He looked at the documents on the table and they were just paper and ink, not sacred, not binding at cosmic level, just agreements, contingent and revocable. He looked at his own hands and they were just hands, not tools of destiny, not instruments of scale. The autonomous built differently. Their organisations were purely contractual, their ethics self-generated, their sense of purpose entirely constructed. They experienced existence as contingent, meaningful only at the level they chose to make it meaningful. Neither population was happier than the other. Neither was more moral, more successful, more fulfilled. They were simply different. The treaties remained in effect for the patterned. The prior signatories continued their subtle guidance, adjusting archetypal flows during threshold moments. But now humans could leave that framework voluntarily. The cage door was open. Some chose freedom, most did not. Bryant Marr lived another 47 years after his disengagement. He continued practicing law. His work was considered exemplary, perhaps more precise than before, if somewhat colder. He never married. He maintained no close friendships. He found satisfaction in procedural excellence and nothing more. He did not regret his choice. Regret required mythic framework, the sense that choices mattered at levels beyond consequence. He had relinquished that. But he did occasionally experience something like curiosity about what he had lost. Late in his life, he attended a patterned funeral, a colleague from before his disengagement. The ceremony was traditional, filled with ritual and symbolic gesture. The mourners wept not just for personal loss, but for something larger, the archetypal pain of separation, death as mythic threshold. Bryant understood the forms, he recognised the patterns, but he felt nothing. As he watched them mourn, he realised they were not more deluded than him. They were not less free. They were simply operating in a different framework, one that made suffering meaningful, that transformed pain into narrative, that connected individual experience to cosmic pattern. He had chosen clarity. They had chosen resonance. Neither choice was wrong. the final document in Bryant Mars' personal archive was found after his death. It was sealed, marked for opening only 50 years following his passing. When the seal was broken, the document contained 3 sentences. Influence may be inherited. Consent must be remembered. Freedom is not stability. Below that, in smaller text, a question. Can a species be mature enough to choose its own immaturity? The prior signatories never answered, but then they never had to. The treaty remained open, the choice remained available, and humanity, as always, continued. Some within pattern, some without, all of them navigating the strange territory between necessity and autonomy, between meaning and freedom, between the comfort of mythic coherence and the terrible dignity of self-determination. The universe observed, unimpressed and patient. Consciousness continued its stumbling experiment, and in the space between archetypal influence and human agency, something new began slowly, impossibly, to emerge. The end. Proof of failure. The broadcast did not arrive as a sound. It arrived as a vibration in the marrow of the bone, a harmonic frequency that bypassed the ears and hummed directly into the skulls of every living soul on Earth. The needle-like spire of the Karsing Ridge punctured the cloud line, a 400-metre spike of obsidian geometry. Its surface did not reflect the harsh alpine sun. Instead, it drank the light, shifting in slow, agonizing patterns that looked like math given physical form. Decryption complete, Dr. Elin Cross's voice cracked through the tactical net, strained by the G-force of the command transport. The signal is a binary verdict, Commander. It's repeating on every band, satellites, shortwave, even the deep-sea cables. Commander Hale Vera gripped the handles of the drop bay. Below, the mountain range was a jagged spine of ice and rock. The transmitter sat atop it like a splinter in a wound. "Give it to me straight. Cross," Vera ordered. "Planetary status. Failed," Cross read. "Neutralization coordinates transmitting." "Failed?" Vera's eyes locked on the needle. "The hell we have. Strike package Alpha. You are cleared hot. Erase that thing from the map." 4 Raptor K stealth bombers banked out of the high-altitude haze. They dropped like hawks, their bays snapping open to release a swarm of hypersonic missiles. The ordnance ignited, carving white scars across the bruised purple of the twilight sky. The transmitter did not fire back. It simply existed. As the first missile crossed the 3-kilometre perimeter, the air itself fractured. A lattice of invisible force planes sharp as monofilament wire shimmered into existence for a microsecond. A high-altitude reconnaissance drone trailing the missiles flew directly into the grid. It didn't explode. It simply ceased to be a single unit. The machine was diced into centimetre-perfect cubes that tumbled silently into the tree line below, a rain of technical confetti. "Missiles are losing lock," the lead pilot screamed over the comms. The hypersonic projectiles designed to track thermal and radar signatures with surgical precision suddenly veered. They curved away from the spire in impossible high-G arcs. The guidance system screamed as the missiles slammed into the granite base of the ridge, 3 miles wide of the target. The mountain shook. A plume of pulverized rock and ancient ice geysered into the air, but the needle remained untouched. "Vera, the mountain is reacting," Cross shouted. Her data feed showed the topographical map of Karsing warping in real time. "It's not just a structure. The whole ridge is part of the system." "Adjust and re-engage," Vera barked. "Bring the bombers in closer. Use the railguns. Don't trust the guidance." The 2 lead stealth bombers dipped lower, pushing into the thin atmosphere of the peak. They throttled up, their engines roaring, against the thinning oxygen. Suddenly the air distorted. A gravity shear field, a localized violent warping of space, erupted between the 2 aircraft. The left wing of the lead Raptor K folded upward as if gripped by a giant invisible hand. The pilot struggled to compensate, but the shear didn't just push, it twisted. The aircraft was sucked into the flight path of its wingman. The collision was instantaneous. A fireball bloomed against the black obsidian of the spire. Debris, jagged shards of titanium and burning fuel, rained down the mountainside. The shockwave rattled Vera's transport, nearly throwing the crew from their seats. "Status!" Vera yelled. "We lost them." Cross's hands flew over her terminal. "Commander, the transmitter is adapting. It's folding the terrain to create shielding. Look at the scans." Below, the very rock of Karsing was sliding. Massive plates of granite shifted like the scales of a serpent, rising up to form a physical rampart around the base of the transmitter. "Rook 17, deploy," Vera commanded. From the belly of the transport, the autonomous combat drone dropped. Its thrusters flared, blue ion fire stabilizing its descent. Unlike the manned bombers, Rook 17 was a compact mass of tungsten and sensors, designed for the high-pressure environments that killed humans. "Acquiring target," the drone's synthesized voice reported. Rook 17 didn't fire missiles, it accelerated. Using the momentum of its fall, it angled its primary rail cannon directly at a flickering seam near the transmitter's base. "Vera, if you hit that conduit, we might break the broadcast," Cross urged. The drone fired. A 3-kilogram slug of depleted uranium shattered the sound barrier, trailing a wake of ionized air. The slug didn't hit the obsidian shell. It hit the tectonic rampart just as it was closing. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the transmitter's foundation. A jagged scar tore across the outer shell of the needle. For the first time, the shifting geometric pattern stuttered. A spray of violet sparks erupted from an exposed internal conduit. "The signal!" Cross cried out. "The coordinates! They've paused! It's working!" For 3 seconds, the bone-deep vibration stopped. The world went silent. The silence was worse. Deep within the bowels of the mountain, a heavy tectonic groan echoed. The ground didn't just shake, it buckled. "Commander, get out of there!" Cross's voice rose to a frantic pitch. "Energy spike, it's not a reset, it's a redundancy!" From the centre of the scarred ridge, a secondary structure began to rise. It didn't emerge from the ground. It seemed to unfold from the air itself, a shimmering, translucent relay that mirrored the first. The vibration returned, twice as loud and 3 times as fast. The decoded fragment on Cross's screen updated. Redundancy, active. Neutralization phase, accelerated. Time, remaining, 6 o'clock. "The countdown just jumped," Vera said, her voice cold. She watched as the mountain continued to fold in on itself, the 2 needles now pulsing in synchronized rhythm. "We didn't stop it, we just made it angry." The transport pulled into a hard bank as the gravity shear fields expanded, reaching for them like invisible claws. "We can't hit it from the air anymore," Vera stated, strapping into her jump harness. "The shield is total. We're going in on foot. We find that core, or we watch the clock run out." The transport's alarm shrieked as the mountain below began to glow with a dull subterranean heat. The Chimera transport didn't land. It disintegrated. A localized gravity spike caught the ship's tail as it crossed the ridge, shearing the engine housing away like wet paper. The air inside the hold vanished in a violent decompression scream. Vera didn't wait for the crash. She kicked the emergency release on the maglocks. "Jump! Now!" The team fell into a chasm of swirling ice and obsidian dust. Vera's thruster pack flared, fighting the erratic pull of the mountain. Below, the ice ravine opened like a jagged mouth. Vera slammed into a shelf of permafrost, the impact rattling her teeth. Beside her, Rook 17 hit the slope, its metallic limbs scraping against the stone as it anchored itself with kinetic spikes. Dr. Cross tumbled past, caught in a swirling eddy of snow until Rook 17's tether snaked out and jerked her to a halt. "Report," Vera hissed, checking her rifle's charge. "Atmospheric pressure is rising," Cross gasped, her HUD flickering. "The mountain is drawing us in. The gravity spikes. They aren't defensive. They're a vacuum. It's pulling everything toward the core." "Then we stop fighting the fall," Vera said. She looked up. The sky was a narrow strip of grey, rapidly closing as the rock plates of Karsing shifted overhead. "We go down." They descended into a breach in the ridge, a vertical throat lined with the same shifting obsidian as the transmitter. The air here was thick, smelling of ozone and scorched copper. As they hit the floor of the first sub-level, the architecture groaned. The walls didn't just move, they flowed. A hallway that stretched straight for 50 meters suddenly twisted 45 degrees. The floor tilted, becoming a steep incline. "Movement detected," Rook 17 announced. Its sensor head spun 360 degrees. Geometric signatures, non-biological. From the seams of the shifting walls, the sentinels emerged. They were not drones or soldiers. They were floating polyhedrons of matte black metal, rotating around glowing central cores. They didn't carry rifles. They carried the mountain. A sentinel pulsed. The floor beneath Vera's feet liquefied into a granular slurry. She scrambled back as the section of the walkway simply folded into the ceiling. "Contact!" Vera yelled. She opened fire, the pulse rounds from her carbine splashed against the sentinel's hull. The machine didn't dodge. It shifted its local gravity, causing the bullets to orbit its core before slinging them back toward the team. "Take cover!" Vera shoved Cross behind a protruding pillar. Rook 17 moved in a blur of mechanical efficiency. It calculated the return vectors, intercepting the deflected rounds with its armoured chassis, while its own rail cannon whined to life. A single high-velocity slug punched through the Sentinel's core. The machine didn't explode. It collapsed into a dense marble-sized sphere and fell through the floor. "Keep moving," Vera ordered. "Don't let them box us in." They ran. Every 10 meters the corridor reconfigured. A doorway would appear, only to seal shut as a solid slab of stone slid across it. Vera used her shoulder to ram through a closing aperture, dragging Cross behind her. Rook 17 followed, but the drone's logic was struggling. The architecture was playing a game of spatial shells. The drone's internal mapping software was screaming. It couldn't find a fixed point. "Commander, the Sentinels are redirecting the flow," Rook 17 reported. "They are herding us." "Let them," Vera said, her breathing heavy. "As long as they're herding us toward the centre." The pressure in the air increased. Cross's scanners began to chime a steady rhythmic tone. "I've got a massive power signature ahead," Cross shouted over the grinding of the walls. "It's stable, a nexus point. If I can get into the system there, I can kill the broadcast." They burst into a massive vaulted chamber. Unlike the shifting corridors, this room was static. Tall pillars of data-etched crystal rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. It was quiet. The frantic grinding of the mountain subsided into a low electrical hum. "The control nexus," Cross breathed. She ran toward a central dais where light pulsed in a rhythmic golden hue. "Finally, I can see the logic now. It's a closed-loop system." Vera didn't lower her rifle. She scanned the perimeter. The silence felt like a trap. "Hurry, Cross. The clock is still ticking." Cross's fingers danced over the interface of the alien dais. Her HUD reflected streams of light-speed data. She looked triumphant. "I'm in. I'm seeing the judgment parameters. They've been recording us for centuries. Every war, every industrial spill, every species we've pushed to the brink. It's all here. It's a statistical proof of failure." "Can you shut it down?" Vera demanded. Cross's face went pale. The triumph vanished, replaced by a cold, hollow terror. "Commander, this isn't the control nexus." "Explain." It's an archive, Cross whispered. Her hand shook. It's a black box. The system isn't broadcasting a request for orders. It's broadcasting a completion report. The judgment is already over. The verdict was reached decades ago. A deep, subterranean thud vibrated through the floor. It wasn't the mountain shifting. It was a physical impact from above, somewhere in the upper atmosphere. The transmitter doesn't control the countdown, Vera, Cross said, looking up at the ceiling. It only announces it. The real neutralization mechanism, it's already inbound from deep space. It's not a signal. It's a physical object. The chamber began to shudder. The stable pillars of the archive started to retract into the floor. The false safety of the room evaporated. "Rook! Status!" Vera yelled. "The sentinels are returning," the drone stated. "In greater numbers. They are no longer herding us. They are sealing the chamber." The exits vanished. The walls of the archive began to compress inward, the massive crystal pillars grinding against each other. "Cross, move." Vera grabbed the doctor by her harness. "The core." Cross pointed to a deepening pit opening in the centre of the room. "The only way to stop the incoming strike is to overload the transmitter's power source. We have to disrupt the guidance beam before that thing hits the atmosphere." "How much time?" Cross looked at her flickering HUD. 004800. The mountain groaned again, louder this time. Above them, the first of the alien sentinels began to descend from the ceiling, their cores glowing a lethal, brilliant red. 48 minutes, Vera said, slamming a fresh mag into her carbine. "Move, into the pit." The floor didn't just open, it dissolved into a shimmering veil of particles. Gravity died instantly. Vera's stomach lurched into her throat as she drifted into the central void of the Karsing transmitter. The chamber was a hollowed-out sphere, kilometres wide, illuminated by the rhythmic violet pulse of the core at its centre. "Magnetics," Vera barked. Her boots found no purchase. Rook 17's thrusters hissed, the drone snagging Vera and Cross with its manipulator arms to keep them from drifting into the abyss. "The core is the anchor," Cross shouted, her voice echoing in the weightless expanse. "It's holding the mountain together through a pinpoint singularity. If we overload it, the whole ridge collapses." "And the signal?" Vera asked, checking her rifle. "It fractures. Without the transmitter's guidance beam, the neutralization object will lose its lock on Earth's centre of mass." Movement flickered in the dark. From the curved walls of the sphere, dozens of sentinels detached like ticks from a hide. They didn't use thrusters. They manipulated the local gravity, skipping through the air in jagged, non-linear bursts. "Contact!" Vera pushed off Rook 17's chassis. She fired as she drifted. The recoil of her carbine pushed her backward, spinning her through the air. She used the momentum, tucking into a roll and firing a 3-round burst into a sentinel's glowing eye. The machine shattered, its fragments instantly, accelerated by a sudden gravity pulse. "Rook, clear a path." The drone dived into the swarm. It moved with terrifying precision, rotating its rail cannon on a gimbal to track targets across 360 degrees. Kinetic slugs tore through the sentinels, but for every one destroyed, 2 more emerged from the obsidian seams. "I see the detonation point." Cross pointed to a ring of exposed energy conduits circling the core. "The primary bridge. We have to bridge the conduit with a manual override." A gravity pulse hammered the chamber. The air distorted. A massive chunk of the mountain's internal bracing, 10 tons of granite, sheared off and flew across the void. Vera saw it coming. She didn't have the thrust to dodge. "Vera!" Cross screamed. Rook 17 slammed into Vera, the impact throwing her clear of the rock's path. The stone slab caught the drone's secondary propulsion housing. Metal screamed. Sparks sprayed into the dark as Rook 17's left thruster bank was flattened into a mangled wreck. The drone spun wildly, out of control. "Rook, compensate!" Vera fired her emergency EVA charge, a single-use gas canister that propelled her toward the spinning drone. She caught the drone's frame, but the momentum dragged them both toward the core. Below them, the violet heart of the machine flared. A wave of raw radiation washed over them, setting the air on fire. "We're losing time!" Cross yelled. She had reached the conduit bridge, her magnetic boots locked onto the central ring. "Vera, I need the trigger. The sentinels are closing in." Vera looked back. A swarm of 12 sentinels was converging on Cross. The doctor was defenseless, her hands buried in the alien machinery. Vera's breath hitched. She looked at Rook 17, its sensors flickering, its frame leaking hydraulic fluid. If she stayed to stabilize the drone, Cross died. If she went to Cross, the drone, their only heavy fire support, would drift into the core's singularity. Hesitation cost them. A sentinel fired. A beam of white-hot energy lanced through the air, striking the conduit bridge. The platform Cross stood on buckled. "No!" Vera ignited her last thruster charge. She reached Cross just as the bridge began to disintegrate. She slammed the detonator into the doctor's hands and turned to face the swarm. "Do it! Now!" Cross jammed the override into the conduit. The violet light of the core turned a blinding, violent white. A massive discharge of energy erupted from the centre. It hit the swarm of sentinels, vaporizing them instantly, but the feedback loop surged through the bridge. The structure tore apart. Rook 17, unable to maneuver with its damaged thrusters, was caught in the gravitational backdraft. The drone was pulled toward the singularity at the heart of the core. Rook, Vera reached out, but the distance was too great. The drone's optical sensor locked onto Vera one last time. "Mission continues." The drone's voice crackled and died. The drone vanished into the violet light. The singularity didn't just consume it. It crushed the machine into a point of zero volume. The heavy fire support was gone. The path back was destroyed. The chamber began to groan with the weight of a dying god. "Vera, look at the sky." Cross pointed upward through the widening cracks in the mountain ceiling. High above, a burning red star had appeared in the atmosphere. The neutralization object. Time remaining, 0 hours, 6 minutes, 0 seconds. The core flared one last time, a scream of dying energy that shattered the remaining gravity in the room. They were trapped in the center of a collapsing mountain, with 6 minutes to live and no way out. The air was a slurry of pulverized granite and ozone. Vera's oxygen alarm chirped, a thin, rhythmic needle in her ear. Her HUD was a spiderweb of cracks, the display flickering with data she no longer needed. The red star in the sky was no longer a point of light. It was a burning eye, widening as it tore through the upper ionosphere. "The singularity is feeding," Cross shouted, her voice distorted by the static of a dying comms unit. She was clinging to a jagged spar of obsidian, her knuckles white through her tactical gloves. "The collapse is asymmetrical. If we don't hit the final overload, the mountain just swallows us and the beam stays locked." "Where is the primary switch?" Vera kicked off a floating chunk of a Sentinel's chassis. She drifted across the void, her hand reaching for a severed power cable. She caught it, the sudden tension jerking her shoulder with a sickening pop. She didn't scream. There wasn't enough air to waste on a scream. "The heart of the conduit!" Cross pointed toward the base of the core where the violet light had condensed into a white-hot needle. "But the manual lock is damaged. The magnetic pins won't seat." A gravity pulse hammered the chamber. Vera's vision went black for a second as the sheer force of the shift tried to peel the skin from her bones. A massive slab of the ceiling, 50 tons of mountain, dropped toward them. "Move!" Vera fired her grappling line. The hook bit into a receding pillar. She yanked Cross toward her just as the slab pulverized the obsidian spar where the doctor had been crouching a second before. The impact sent a cloud of razor-sharp shards through the air. One caught Vera's thigh, slicing through the pressurized suit. She felt the cold bite of the atmosphere, followed immediately by the warm, wet pressure of her own blood. She slapped a sealant patch over the tear without looking. "Ammunition?" Vera asked, her voice a rasp. "Empty," Cross said, showing her sidearm. The pulse rounds were fried by the last discharge. Vera checked her carbine. 2 rounds. The weapon was a club now. They drifted toward the final relay. The environment was an entropic nightmare. The living architecture of the mountain was dying, its self-repair systems misfiring. Corridors outside were slamming shut, trapping the heat of the core inside the sphere. The temperature was climbing toward the melting point of steel. "Vera, look!" Cross pointed to the switch. It was a heavy, industrial-grade lever, salvaged from human tech and fused into the alien conduit. It was designed to bridge the final gap in the energy flow, but the locking mechanism, the part that should have held it in place against the gravitational backdraft, was a twisted wreck of slagged metal. The lever was vibrating. It wanted to snap back. "It won't stay," Cross said, her voice hollow. "The magnetic field from the core is pushing it open. Someone has to hold it. Physically." Vera looked at the clock on her cracked HUD. 000412. If the switch isn't held when the neutralization strike hits the upper atmosphere, the guidance beam won't break, Cross explained, her eyes darting between the lever and the burning sky above. "The failure will be total. Earth dies, and we die in a hole for nothing." Another pulse. The mountain groaned, a sound of tectonic agony. The walls of the chamber were closing in, the sphere shrinking as the singularity at the centre pulled the world into itself. "Vera, your suit," Cross whispered. Vera looked down. The sealant patch on her leg was blooming red. Her oxygen was at 4%. Her left arm hung limp at her side, the shoulder dislocation making every movement a nauseating trial. They were 2 broken women in a breaking world. "Get to the extraction pod," Vera said. "What?" "Vera, the pod is 2 levels up. Without a drone, you can't—" "The pod is calibrated for a single occupant now anyway," Vera interrupted. She gripped the lever. The vibration hummed through her arm, shaking her teeth. "The mountain is folding. If you don't leave now, the path to the surface will be sealed forever." "We can find another way. An improvised—" "There is—" "No other way, Elin!" Vera barked. She slammed her good hand against the console. "The math doesn't work. Look at the sky. That thing is coming to erase us because we're a failed species. Prove the machine wrong. Get the data out. Tell them we didn't just sit and wait for the end." Incoming fire. Not from sentinels, but from the mountain itself. A spray of molten copper erupted from a ruptured cooling line. Vera threw herself over the switch, the liquid metal splashing against her backplate. She hissed as the heat seared through the ceramic layers. "Go," Vera yelled. "That's an order, Doctor." Cross hesitated, her face a mask of grief and tactical logic. The logic won. She grabbed a floating debris shield, using it as a rudder to catch the next gravity wave. "Vera!" "Oof!" Cross kicked off, her silhouette disappearing into the swirling dust and shadow of the upper shafts. Vera was alone. She wrapped her arm around the lever and pulled. The resistance was immense. It felt like trying to hold back the tide with a toothpick. The violet light of the core began to bleed into the white of a star. 00:02:45. Her HUD flickered and died. The darkness of the chamber was total, lit only by the terminal glow of the impending explosion. Her breath was a series of wet, shallow hitches. The mountain screamed one last time. Above her, the ceiling didn't just crack, it vanished. The entire top of the Karsing Ridge was being peeled away by the gravitational wake of the incoming neutralization object. Vera looked up into the cold vacuum of space. The burning red star was huge now, a moon-sized hammer coming down on an anvil of stone. She gripped the lever with both hands, her boots braced against the melting console. "Status," she whispered to the empty air. "Inconclusive." The sky was no longer a void. It was a throat of fire. The neutralization object hit the upper atmosphere, a spear of alien geometry 10 miles wide. The shockwave stripped the remaining peaks of the Carvos Ridge, turning glaciers into instant steam. Below, in the bleeding heart of the mountain, Vera's boots melted into the deck plates. The lever kicked like a living thing. Vera, the conduit from the first strike. Cross's voice was a jagged ghost in the comms, broadcasting from the rising extraction pod. The Scar Rook left in the outer shell. It's an exhaust port now. If you trigger the overload, the energy won't just explode. It will jet. "I can't. Lock it!" Vera's voice was a wet rattle. Her right arm was a map of agony. The magnetic backdraft from the core was pulling the lever toward the safe position. If she let go for a millisecond, the circuit broke. The guidance beam would stay true. Earth would be erased. A shadow drifted into her peripheral vision. It was the mangled wreckage of Rook 17. The drone wasn't dead. Its primary processor was dark, but its emergency kinetic subroutines were twitching. The gravity of the singularity had dragged its 300-pound tungsten chassis back toward the core. "Rook," Vera wheezed. "Target. The lever." The drone's single remaining thruster sputtered. It didn't have enough power to fly, but it had enough to fall. It overrode its collision avoidance logic, the final tether of its programming, and ignited its emergency braking charges in reverse. The drone became a hammer. Rook 17 slammed into the console, its heavy frame pinning Vera's arm and the lever against the housing. The metal shrieked. Vera's radius snapped, but the lever stayed down. The circuit closed. "Cross! Do it!" "Rerouting through the scar," Cross screamed. Vera looked up. The violet white of the core turned into a vertical pillar of pure, transcendent light. It didn't bloom outward in a circle. It funneled through the damaged conduit in the mountain's side, a spear of lightning aimed at the belly of the descending god. The beam hit the neutralization object's leading edge. The alien craft didn't shatter. It buckled. The guidance lock, corrupted by the sudden surge of the mountain's dying breath, flickered. The object's descent angle shifted by a fraction of a degree. The mountain began to fold. The singularity at the core reached its limit. The obsidian walls of the chamber turned into liquid shadow, rushing inward. Vera felt her weight vanish. She didn't feel the heat anymore. She only felt the silence of the machine finally breaking. High above the atmosphere, the red eye of the neutralizer missed. It skipped off the thermosphere like a stone across a pond, its massive kinetic energy carving a canyon in the air that could be seen from 3 continents. It tumbled, burning, and vanished back into the black of the solar system, its trajectory ruined. On the ground, the Carvos Ridge disappeared. The mountain simply blinked out of existence, leaving a perfectly smooth, glass-lined crater 5 miles deep. Silence returned to the alpine air. Cross's extraction pod broke the surface of the clouds, tumbling through the debris of the strike package. Her monitors flickered. The global defense network was coming back online. The bone-deep vibration was gone. A final burst of data flashed across her screen, a fragment of the transmitter's last transmission before it collapsed. Planetary status. Inconclusive. Re-evaluation scheduled. The screen went dark. In the upper atmosphere, the debris of the Chimera and the stealth bombers burned up, streaks of orange light against the rising sun. The satellites reoriented, their sensors turning away from the crater and toward the deep, hungry dark of the stars. The countdown hadn't stopped. It had just reset. The compass of a fallen star. The year of our Lord 1798 was, for a man of reason, a crucible. From the lecture hall of the University of Edinburgh, I, Professor Alistair MacGregor, saw the world as a grand and elegant clockwork, its gears governed by observable laws, its future propelled by the engine of logic. The revolutionary fervour spilling from France, the pamphlets screaming of conspiracy and shadow governments, these were but the grinding of ill-fitted cogs, the hysterical symptoms of a society struggling to shed the skin of superstition. Gentlemen, I would declaim to my students of natural philosophy, history is not a ghost story, it is a science. It is driven by economics, by politics, by the measurable tides of human ambition, not by secret societies and phantoms in the dark. I believed it with every fibre of my being. My ordered world began its slow fracture on a damp Tuesday in October. An invitation arrived, delivered by a silent courier. The parchment was heavy, the ink a deep, lustrous black. But it was the seal that held my attention, a waxen emblem of a compass and a square, symbols I recognised from the architectural guilds, but here imbued with a solemn, almost ecclesiastical gravity. It was an invitation to a private gathering of the local Masonic lodge. My intellectual pride, that most subtle of vices, was piqued. To dismiss such things from the podium was one thing, to observe them with a scientist's eye was another entirely. The lodge was a world unto itself, hidden behind the unassuming facade of a building I had passed 1,000 times. Inside, the air was thick with incense and the low hum of ritual. I saw men I knew, judges, merchants, even a fellow professor, their faces made alien by the flickering candlelight and the gravity of their ceremonial aprons. It was a tableau of arcane theatre, a living relic of a pre-Enlightenment age. I felt the smug detachment of the anthropologist observing a primitive rite. After the ceremony, a man named Brother Thomas, his face a roadmap of aged wisdom, took me aside. "Professor MacGregor," he said, his voice a low conspiratorial whisper, "we value a sceptical mind. It sharpens the faith of those around it. Allow me to present you with a philosophical puzzle." He produced a single vellum page, a transcript from what he called a rare Rosicrucian text, the Fama Fraternitatis. It spoke in riddles of a house of the Holy Spirit, a brotherhood dedicated to a silent reformation of the world. "Mere allegory, of course," Thomas said with a thin smile, "a relic of a more credulous time." That night, in the solitary comfort of my study, I treated the text not as allegory, but as a cipher. The discipline of my mind, honed on Newton and Locke, bent itself to this new task. By the time the first grey light of dawn touched my window, I had shattered the code. My blood ran cold. This was no philosophical tract. It was a blueprint. I saw the name Adam Weishaupt, a figure I knew only from the most rabid anti-revolutionary pamphlets. Here, his words were revered. The document outlined a strategy for what he termed illuminated Freemasonry, a plan not for harmless fraternity, but for a global insurgency with a singular, terrifying goal: to root out all of the religious establishments and overturning all the existing governments of Europe. My hands trembled. The clockwork of my universe had just skipped a beat. It was surely a forgery, an elaborate historical prank designed to frighten fools. But the mathematical precision of the cipher, the cold logic of its structure, it was undeniable. I sat there, the document spread before me, my world of reason warring with a chilling, encroaching dread. The war would not last long. I awoke hours later, slumped in my chair to find my study in disarray. The fire was cold, the door ajar, and my notes, the pages where I had painstakingly revealed the cipher's grim secrets, were gone. The original text, however, lay untouched on my desk, a silent, mocking invitation to a game I now knew was terrifyingly real. The violation of my study was a violation of my soul. My sanctuary of reason, of books and ordered thought, had been breached by a force that left no trace but a gaping void where my certainty used to be. A primal panic, an instinct I thought I had long since suppressed through intellectual discipline, seized me. I had to find Brother Thomas. I found him in a dim-lit public house. His avuncular wisdom curdled into stark terror. He flinched at my approach, his eyes darting towards the door. "You were not supposed to solve it," he hissed, his hand shaking so violently he spilled his ale. "It was a test of loyalty, not intellect." "A test for what?" I demanded, my voice low and urgent. "The inner circle," he breathed, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "The order of death. They are not like us, Professor. They are the architects behind the stage." He spoke of a conspiracy so vast it defied imagination. A plan orchestrated not for fraternity, but for absolute dominion. Before he could elaborate, two figures detached themselves from the tavern shadows. They were dressed in dark, severe coats, their faces impassive, their movements economical and predatory. They flanked Thomas, their presence sucking the warmth from the room. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a final desperate plea. "The skull and bones," he whispered, a thread of a voice. "They use the protocols to blame the Jews. But the plan is their own." Then they were gone, melting back into the Edinburgh mist with their captive, leaving me alone with his cryptic, terrifying legacy. I was now a fugitive in my own city. The familiar Masonic symbols carved into the lintels and keystones of Edinburgh's grand buildings no longer looked like quaint historical details. They seemed like the eyes of a hidden beast watching me. I remembered Thomas mentioning a final failsafe, a key to the archive, a small brass key he had pressed into my palm during our first meeting, which I had dismissed as part of the Masonic theatre. A scribbled address led me not to a grand institution, but to a dusty, forgotten bookbinder's shop. The key opened a door behind a false wall of shelving, revealing a hidden library, a trove of forbidden knowledge. It was there I found it, an unpublished manuscript by my university colleague John Robison, titled Proofs of a Conspiracy. It was a meticulous academic confirmation of everything Thomas had feared. Robison had documented the Illuminati's infiltration of the Continental Lodges, detailing their methods with chilling clarity, fomenting class wars under the banner of freedom, seizing control of the press to act as a mouthpiece, and installing their agents in positions of power. But it was a folder of maps tucked within the manuscript that stopped my heart. It contained a pristine copy of Pierre L'Enfant's original plan for Washington, D.C., the new capital of the fledgling American Republic. Tucked beside it was a Masonic cipher wheel, its symbols matching those in Robison's text. With trembling hands, I aligned the cipher over the map. The streets, squares, and circles of the planned city resolved into a perfect blasphemous shape, an inverted pentagram, its lowest point piercing the grounds of the future White House. The geometry was too precise to be coincidence. This was architecture as a cult ritual. As I stared, another layer of the cipher revealed itself. It spoke of a second Jerusalem, not a city, but a subterranean chamber, a vault, and within that vault, a worshipful master's chair, waiting to be installed beneath the dome of the yet unbuilt capital, a throne for a coming king, a world leader who would rule from the heart of this new, engineered empire. The hunt began in earnest. The men who pursued me were not the local constabulary. They were spectres, moving with a purpose that transcended mere law enforcement. I caught a glimpse of an emblem on one of their lapels, a small silver pin of a skull with two crossed bones, the order of death. Brother Thomas's final, panicked warning now had a face. Every shadow in the cobbled alleys of Edinburgh seemed to hold them. My academic life was over, burned to the ground along with my belief in a rational world. My only hope was to flee, to cross the Atlantic and expose the conspiracy in the very nation they sought to make their throne. The sea voyage was a purgatory of salt spray and soul-searching. Stripped of my library and the comforting armour of my academic certainties, I had only the few occult texts I had managed to save from Robison's collection. I read them now not as a historian, but as a terrified believer. The Rosicrucian manifestos, Weishaupt's doctrines. They were no longer abstract theories. They were the operating manuals of the men who hunted me. In the howling void of the open ocean I found myself doing something I had not done since childhood. I prayed. It was not the elegant philosophical prayer to a distant clockmaker god, but a raw, desperate plea for deliverance from a tangible and profound evil. My transformation was hastened by an encounter with a fellow passenger, a German watchmaker named Klaus, fleeing the political turmoil in his homeland. Seeing the books I carried, he confided in me in hushed tones. He spoke of a secret society born in the halls of Yale College in America, an offshoot of the German Illuminati. He spoke of their chilling philosophy, a dark interpretation of Hegel. They believed that history was a thesis, to be opposed by a manufactured antithesis, a war, a revolution, a financial collapse. From the ashes of that conflict they would build their synthesis, a new world order, born from chaos of their own making. "They do not take sides," Klaus whispered, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. "They create the sides," his words were, a key, unlocking another layer of the Washington, D.C. map. I saw it clearly now, the grand avenues forming the legs of a Masonic compass, the White House and Capitol building its pivot points. The Second Jerusalem was not a metaphor, it was a physical place, a vault for unholy relics designed to anoint and empower the figurehead of this new order. The master's chair was a literal throne for the man they would install, a man the scriptures might call Antichrist. I arrived in Philadelphia, the temporary capital, a man reborn into a nightmare. The city buzzed with the energy of a new nation, but I saw only the conspiracy's tendrils. My attempts to warn members of Congress were met with polite, dismissive smiles. I was treated as a madman, a purveyor of the very European hysteria they claimed their republic was founded to escape. My efforts were further thwarted by a journalist from a prominent gazette, a man whose questions were too pointed, whose scepticism was too polished. He was, one of them, an agent of the press placed there to discredit, to control the narrative. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Washington, D.C. was not yet a city. It was a wound in the earth, a mire of mud, felled trees, and naked ambition. The grand avenues on L'Enfant's map were little more than rutted tracks, and the great buildings were skeletal scaffolds clawing at a grey sky. It felt like a place outside of time, a primordial landscape where a new world was being birthed, and I feared I knew the nature of its soul. I made my way to the construction site of the Capitol. There, half submerged in the mud, was the cornerstone. A brief inquiry with the stonemasons confirmed my fears. It had been laid months prior in a full Masonic ceremony, a ritualistic claiming of the nation's symbolic heart. Time was running out. It was there, in the shadow of the nascent dome, that he found me. He was not a brute or a common thug. He was impeccably dressed, his English accent honed in the halls of Yale, his demeanour one of chilling intellectual calm. He introduced himself only as the patriarch. "Professor McGregor," he began, his voice devoid of menace, yet carrying an absolute authority. "You have been a most persistent anomaly, a testament to the untidiness of the human intellect." He explained the Order's creed with the dispassionate air of a biologist explaining the behaviour of insects. Humanity, he said, was a rudderless beast, driven by base passion and fear. It did not need freedom, it needed shepherds. "We provide the storm and the shelter from it," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. We fund the revolution and the counter-revolution. We arm both sides of every war. We steer civilization through a sea of chaos of our own design, towards a harbour of absolute order. He spoke of a global state, a synthesis of the efficiencies of capitalism and the controls of communism. It would be a fascist paradise, ruled by an enlightened hereditary elite. Democracy was merely a phase, a tool to dismantle the old monarchies before it too was discarded. And then he made his offer. Your mind is a rare instrument, Professor. It could be of use to the great work. Join us, or be a footnote in a history that will be written by us, a footnote we can very easily erase. He spoke of the relics, not as myths, but as tools, artifacts of immense psychic power that would be used in a ritual to consecrate the very ground we stood on, preparing it for the arrival of a future leader, a Rex Mundi, a king of the world. My life's work, my unwavering belief in reason, dissolved in the face of this seductive satanic logic. Here was an evil that did not rave like a madman, but lectured like a philosopher. I will not, I said, the words feeling small and inadequate against the scale of his vision. The patriarch's smile vanished. A pity. The chase was a desperate scramble through the skeletal framework of the future city. But I had an advantage. The patriarch had underestimated the power of the very knowledge he had dangled before me. I had memorized the Masonic blueprints. I knew the hidden passages, the unfinished tunnels, the secret symmetries of the construction site. As his agents closed in, I found it. A disguised entrance, a stone slab beneath the capital's foundation, exactly where the maps had promised it would be. I slipped into the darkness, the sounds of my pursuers fading behind me. The air that met me was ancient and cold. I descended into the second Jerusalem. It was a vast torch-lit cavern, its architecture subtly wrong, its angles seeming to shift and bend at the edge of my vision. It was a place built according to a geometry not of Euclid, but of nightmare. In the centre of the cavern stood a simple, unadorned stone chair. It seemed to absorb the torchlight, and I felt a faint, sickening vibration emanating from it, a low hum that resonated in my bones. Dozens of figures in dark robes were gathered around it. The skull and bones. They were not here to anoint a leader. Their ritual was one of preparation, a long and patient consecration of this unholy ground for a master who was yet to come. On a crude stone altar lay the relics, yellowed scrolls that seemed to writhe in the flickering light, and a crystalline artifact that pulsed with a soft, malevolent glow like a captured star. The patriarch stood before the altar. "You see, Professor," his voice echoed in the vast chamber, carrying an unnerving calm. "This is not about a single lifetime. This is the great work of ages. We are but the latest in a long line of stewards, tending the garden until the true master arrives to claim his throne." He spoke of their promise to a coming power, a being of immense will who would unite the world under a single iron fist. They were not merely conspirators, they were acolytes, high priests of a dark faith. I knew then that I could not stop them with force. I was one man against centuries of momentum, but I possessed a weapon they had overlooked, a tool of my own vanquished world. Tucked in my satchel was a small, portable printing press, its metal frame heavy with the weight of the Enlightenment. I could not fight them, but I could bear witness. I could print a single page, a manifesto, a declaration. I could expose their symbols, their plot, their very existence. The choice was absolute. To print the page was to announce my presence, to sacrifice my only chance of escape. I would be caught. I would be killed. My name would be erased, just as the patriarch had promised. The alternative was to flee, to save my own skin while the great work continued, unopposed, in the secret heart of the world. It was a choice between my life and the soul of a future I could barely comprehend. It was a choice between the cold calculus of survival and a final, desperate act of faith. Faith that the truth, once set free, could never be fully recaptured. As the patriarch raised the glowing crystal and the cultist chant rose to a fever pitch, a new sound joined their chorus, the rhythmic, mechanical clank, clank, clank of the printing press. It was the sound of reason's last stand. The robed figures turned as one, their faces illuminated by the unholy light of the crystal, were masks of pure fury. The patriarch's eyes met mine across the cavern, his look of intellectual curiosity replaced by one of murderous rage. I pulled the freshly inked page from the press. The ink was still wet, the letters stark against the cheap paper. I held it aloft, a single sheet against an ocean of darkness. It was a declaration of resistance. It was a testament. It was a prayer, cast into the void. In the year 1851, during an expansion of the United States Capitol, a construction worker pried loose a floor stone in a forgotten sub-basement. Beneath it, he found a single, preserved sheet of parchment. Its ink faded, its edges smudged with what might have been dirt or dried blood. It contained a strange amalgam of Masonic symbols, architectural diagrams of the city above, and a frantic handwritten text. The final lines read, "They believe themselves architects of the future, weaving a grand design from shadow and deceit. But truth is not a structure to be built or demolished. It is a seed, and once planted it can shatter any foundation. Let this be my proof. Let this be my faith."